Good morning. I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the first virtual symposium of the Society for the Study of Pregnancy and Birth. My name is Hennessey, and I'm the founder and director of the Society. The development of this society and symposium has been a long time coming, and it is with true joy that I find us all here today to explore a wide range of topics related to pregnancy, birth, and natality. Many thanks are due, and I will begin with that. We must first and foremost thank all of you for attending the event. Your attendance supports our communal efforts at creating an interdisciplinary space for discussing ideas and thoughts on the important topics of birth and pregnancy. As many of us here know, these topics have been marginalized in the academic sphere, though this has been changing and there is vibrant research on these topics taking place across fields at this time. We also especially thank the participants of this inaugural event. Over the past few weeks, we've received increased interest in our society and emails from other scholars who have seen the 2025 program and who hope to be involved in future events. This interest would not be possible were it not for our participants and the fascinating range of topics that they have provided us with for the 2025 program. I also want to thank the SSPRB's advisory board members, all of whom validated the society and the production of this symposium when they agreed to be on the board. The board members represent an interdisciplinary group of scholars across multiple fields, and their support and encouragement was crucial in the formation of the society. I give a special thanks to Dr. Martina Hynan, who was crucial in communicating with me over several months as we reviewed abstract submissions and developed the programming. Dr. Lois Lee for her enthusiasm about the event early on and for collaborating with me on creating the call for papers and our theme, and Cassandra Shortino for her keen advice on programming logistics. The event would also not be possible without the help of our wonderful moderators and our technical support team. So for this greetings, I would like to speak briefly about two topics before we begin our first session. The first topic is the goal of our society, and the second topic is a brief mention of the great 20th century philosopher Hannah Arendt, who introduced natality to the field of philosophy in her 1958 book, The Human Condition. Our symposium is not about Arendt, nor Arendt's concept of natality, though her work does influence some of the scholarship here and the symposium theme as a whole. Briefly, the Society for the Study of Pregnancy and Birth provides scholars in the arts, humanities, midwifery studies, philosophy, psychology, and social sciences, among other areas, with an intellectual hub through which they can access academic resources on pregnancy and birth within their fields, as well as list their own work and network with other academics, researchers, independent scholars, and students who are involved in specialized research on pregnancy and birth. Through our society, we hope to provide a space where people working across fields may not only find resources and other opportunities, including grants in their own disciplines, but may also find interdisciplinary inspiration and collaborations. Most importantly, we validate the work of scholars who are interested in these topics. For those who do not know me, I'm an interdisciplinary scholar myself with a degreed background in philosophy, art history, and religious studies, who has written and published over the past 15 years about the treatment of pregnancy, birth, and mothering in the arts and humanities. Community work around birth is also important in my life, and in 2010, I developed the Visualizing Birth website, which is now an extensive image archive for those who are pregnant. The San Francisco Birth Circle is a support group for low-income mothers and families in San Francisco that I co-founded in 2019. And I built the website for the society back in 2020, which was then launched in 2023. Since 2023, I've also been working in the arts and have created something called the Rebirth Tunnel Immersive Art Installation, which I will discuss later on during my own talk in the symposium. Over all these years, I've met many scholars in different fields who are working on these topics. Sometimes they are isolated or struggle if their academic department or intellectual circle has no focus or only a small interest in the topics they are working on. I have also struggled in this way. The idea of the society grew from this knowledge and experience, bringing people together across fields to create a community for those who share in the same fascination with pregnancy and birth. So I now turn briefly to the figure of Hannah Arendt, whose ideas on natality are important to this year's symposium. I'm not an Arendtian scholar, and when I imagined the first symposium of the Society, I never imagined speaking much about Arendt in my welcoming remarks. However, her political philosophy is not only important to this year's symposium, but to the situation we are living through right now in the United States and globally at this time in our shared experience and history. And I felt it crucial to mention some of her ideas. So Arendt was a brilliant philosopher and political theorist who lived during the 20th century. Born in Germany to a secular Jewish family in 1906, she fled her native home in 1933 after being imprisoned by the Gestapo, first living in Paris before escaping to the United States in 1941. Her life spanned the times of multiple wars, including both world wars, as well as the launching of Earth's very first artificial satellite, Sputnik, and the detonation of the atom bomb. All of these events, and especially the rise of totalitarianism in Europe and the Soviet Union, had an impact on Arendt's intellectual development, her approach to philosophy, her personal life, and her development of a philosophy of natality. She died in New York City in 1975. In Arendt's 1951 book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, Arendt explains that totalitarianism is not just about absolute rule in the autocratic sense, the latter of which seeks to maintain absolute political power and certainly to condemn or ban any opposition. In addition to seeking this power, totalitarianism is a modern form of tyranny that feeds off people's loneliness to create mass terror in them and in society, metastasizing and coming into being as she saw the Nazis do in Germany. Arendt writes, quote, loneliness, the common ground for terror, the essence of totalitarian government, and for ideology or logicality, the preparation of its executioners and victims, is closely connected with uprootedness and superfluousness, which have been the curse of modern masses since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, end quote. She goes on to say that in the modern world, people are lonely even as they are surrounded by other people. And all these lonely people form the masses, which have the capacity to act blindly under totalitarian control. Arendt later went on to discuss the banality of evil in her 1963 book, Eichmann in Jerusalem, A Report on the Banality of Evil, in which she famously, or rather infamously, went on to describe how evil emerges not from monstrous people, but from human apathy and a failure to think. She states, quote, such remoteness from reality and such thoughtlessness can wreak more havoc than all the evil instincts taken together, which perhaps are inherent in man, end quote. For Arendt, the danger of evil arises when people do not think, and it is we so-called normal people who are capable of it. Totalitarianism similarly arises up from the loneliness and terror of a masses that feel disconnected from their social realm, allowing them to fall into a path of unthinking and their following of a tyrant. Arendt focused on the term natality in her 1958 book, The Human Condition. It is a complex book, its publication sandwiched between the publications of her two other works just mentioned. Part of what Arendt does in The Human Condition is to explain a hope, which is a way for human agency and freedom to emerge no matter what the odds against it are. The natal self is not simply a person who is born, but is a person whose speech and action merge to create a natality, a birth of something new. And this could be powerful in the political sphere. In the human condition, Arendt writes, quote, "The new always happens against the overwhelming odds of statistical laws and their probability, which for all practical, everyday purposes amounts to certainty. The new, therefore, always appears in the guise of a miracle. The fact that humans are capable of action means that the unexpected can be expected from them, that they are able to perform what is infinitely improbable," end quote. In the United States and abroad, we are right now witnessing a cascading chain of political events, many of which do appear based on an installation of terror, both in individuals, in their societies, and at a global level. There is a steamrolling effect that some of us may feel as we watch these events take place. Now more than ever, our speech and actions are an important place of agency in what appears to be growing political tyranny. Each of our natal selves is capable of connecting to each other and to our communities. These connections serve to combat isolationism and loneliness, some of the important ingredients Arendt describes as necessary in the rise of totalitarianism. Some may feel isolated and fear to commune in the face of tyranny, but it is actually communing at times just like these that it is necessary in fighting both feelings of being alone and the larger political machine. In San Francisco, where I live, I'm seeing a rise in communal protests and events that are bringing people together across identities, including identities of race, gender, religion, and class. In some cases, there even seems to be a bridging of political parties that is slowly emerging. I do believe there's a hope for a rise in common ground as people come together to uplift themselves and their communities. Sticking together in solidarity is key. With that in mind, I conclude these remarks and am very excited to officially begin this symposium of the Society. So here are a few logistics before we begin, practical points. So please allow us several minutes at the beginning of each session to make sure that our moderator and all of our panelists are together. I see in the panelist section right now that I think everybody for the first session is together, but we may have times where we have to wait a few minutes as our staff finds people and makes them panelists. So if you are a panelist, you'll first be admitted as an attendee and then promoted as a panelist before your session begins. Please make sure that your full name is listed as your name in Zoom so that our staff can find you and promote you to panelist. For our Q&A session, please enter your question or comment in the Q&A section at the bottom of the screen. We will not be able to unmute attendees during the sessions. Instead, our moderators will read out your questions and panelists will answer them. This symposium is being recorded and will be available through the SSPRB's website at a later date. If our session ends early, we will close the session earlier for a coffee break and then come back to the next session at the regularly scheduled time. We completely understand that there are people here from around the world and across time zones, and that some may need to pop in and out of our sessions based on their schedules. So I now turn the symposium over to Dr. Florence Pasche-Guignard, an esteemed colleague and professor at the Université Laval in Quebec City, who has been working in the area of motherhood studies for many years. She's the moderator for our first session.
So we are ready to start, and we'll go through the 4 papers, and we'll take the Q&A at the very end of the 4 papers. So we are honored to kick off this symposium with a talk by Dr. Stella Villarmea, who is part of the Philosophy of Birth Network and Complutense University of Madrid. Please correct my pronunciation if I made any mistake. And the title of her paper is Birthing, Vindicating a Visceral Body Philosophically.
Thank you very much, Luis. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Anna Hennessey, for this amazing initiative, and the whole team for founding the society and for getting together to organize this symposium. Since I am the first speaker, I really want to give a warm clapping or a really hearty thanks for gathering us all here. I'm excited to be here. I'm Stella Villarmea, Professor of Excellence at Complutense in Philosophy at Complutense University of Madrid. I am the director of the Philosophy of Birth network based at the University of Oxford, which aims to also bridge the silos between scholars in the humanities and social sciences and professionals in birth care. I'm a member of IPOV, the International Platform Against Obstetric Violence, funded by the European Commission, and I also volunteer at the Birth Rights Association, Birth is Ours, in Spain. I have published on epistemology, feminist theory, and the philosophy of birth, and today I will be talking about philosophy of birth, a blind spot in prevailing philosophy, because birth matters matter, and they matter philosophically too. How to tell our tales, how to listen to the tales we choose to tell, and how to talk about birthing philosophically. The title of my talk, Philosophy of Birth, Vindicating a Visceral Body Philosophically, suggests that interpreting the visceral body with the philosophical discourse is possible, but what exactly is needed? I think not only a philosophical interpretation of the visceral birthing body, but a vindication of that body and language. For let's face it, giving birth, has its language. And as any language, the language of birth has its hermeneutics and politics. What do I mean by the language of birth? Birthing women do not only bear children, they also bear language. Let's try something together, even if being in so many different parts on the globe. Please bring to your minds the sounds of labor, the sounds you made if you give or gave birth, the sounds you heard if you were close to a birthing person, or the sounds you remember if you listen to them in movies or documentaries. The sounds of birth or labor are part of what I call the language of birth. The language of birth is, I defend, a bridge between nature and culture. Interpreting that language allows us to cross the boundaries between biology and society. And indeed, it allows us also to somehow face many of the things that are going on in our present politics and political moment. Now, how do we interpret those sounds, this language of birth? How do we interpret the language of birth? Let me say it up front. In relation to birth, to its sounds, language, hermeneutics, and politics, we seem to face the following dilemma. Are we to interpret labor as a process ruled only by the visceral body? If ruled by the visceral body, those sounds are just that, sounds, screams, cries. Or is there an alternative? Shall we construct it? A hint. It may be that those sounds have meaning, that they are phonē in Aristotelian sense, that they convey a sense, a connotation, a significance. The dilemma entails a danger that acknowledging or emphasizing the role of the visceral body in birth leads to diminish our rights in the birthing room. Let me explain. As you know, most of our social contract is based upon mental capacity or rationality. That is why conceiving the birthing body as a visceral body has its risks, for it may lead us, them, to quickly conclude that the birthing woman is not in capacity. While if we push instead the understanding of a birthing subject as a rational subject, we might be led to suppress what is characteristic of many birthing situations that alter the state of mind and body. The dilemma is then either the birthing woman is taken to be in full capacity and therefore able to make, maintain, or change decisions, grant or not grant consent, and act as a full entitled agent, or she's taken to be in a special altered state of mind and body that puts her in a situation of non-capacity and perhaps non-agency in relation to decisions, informed consent, or fully entitled citizenship. For me, the key to philosophize about birth is to bear in mind the dilemma and its risks. It seems to me that the exit to the dilemma is to acknowledge both the role that the birthing visceral body-mind on the one hand, and the rational in the sense of meaningful body-mind, able to convey meaning body-mind, on the other hand, play during labor and childbirth. We should take it seriously that a woman giving birth, anyone giving birth, stands on the boundaries between nature and culture. We should avoid so much biological determinism as cultural determinism. Now, how could narratives be constructed that place birth in the circle of physiological and significant action? Finding words to describe labor and childbirth, exploring a language of birth, is crucial to building conceptual and birth care models that take care of those giving birth and those being born. So let's do philosophy of birth. What do the birthing sounds, the sounds of labor, mean? What must happen previously for a birthing woman to enter in a state where she sounds this way? I would like to explore what the philosophical vindication of the birthing visceral body, this new logos for genus, as I like to call it, might look like. So, vindication of the visceral. In my talk, Vindicating points to what has not yet been granted, but it is fair to grant, also in birth. Birthing, vindicating a visceral body philosophically, implies acknowledging that birth is related to our entrails, yes, and that such fact has not yet been properly understood or incorporated by philosophy. And what particularly will I vindicate? That childbirth is a founding moment of how society treats and understands human beings. Studying childbirth matters for understanding the innermost secret of the entire social order, as Robbie Pfeiffer used to say. In this sense, philosophy can explore the language of birth because it can explore the systems of meanings out of which our tradition comes. Placing birth as a meaningful, significant action sums up my kind of contribution to the philosophy of birth. I hope looking at the descriptions of the roots of action helps us to understand why I want to address the birthing body as a visceral body, not only because we birth with our entrails, of course, but also because birthing with our entrails means all of the following: birthing from the womb, the core, the insides, yes, and also birthing with our brain. After all, the brain is also an internal organ of the body. In other words, we birth with our capacity, our reasoning skills, our cultural paths, our thoughts, our will, our decisions, our calculus, our volitions, our desires, our biographical decisions or paths, our experiences. We birth with everything that matters to us, that is dear to us, that is our values. So the challenge is how to talk about the birthing visceral body while expressing or while keeping the agency. That is, without introducing a loss of capacity, reasoning, or decision ability that might lead to a wrong model of birth care. Bearing in mind the dilemma and its risks, let's philosophize about birthing. Let's vindicate the visceral body philosophically. So, what is this area of capacity, autonomy, and rationality in birth? What is this new logos for genus I've been talking about? In what follows, I explain how we can protect birthing people's rights during childbirth. And to this end, I focus on the role of gender stereotypes in a particular area of maternity care, the capacity or rationality of a person in labor. Because the most enduring and influential stereotype about laboring women is that they do not have capacity, that they are not rational, that they behave irrationally. And from this perspective, the debate on women's rationality, choices, and decision-making, birth and childbirth, is a pressing battlefield. At stake is nothing else than women's entitlement to full citizenship. Please think of a poem by Gertrude Stein, a sentence by Gertrude Stein, cries, rose is a rose, is a rose, is a rose, is rose. If you remember that, then just allow me to use this paraphrases. Cry is a cry, is a cry, is a cry. To introduce an example of a stereotypical bias thinking in the case of a woman in labor, the interpretation of her cry. A birthing woman's cry is considered non-rational behavior, a sign that she has lost control. However, it may be that a woman crying out during labor is being more rational, more prudent in the Aristotelian sense than we think. Ultimately, perhaps her cry is premeditated. Let me explain. A woman in labor is not a being from another world. She is keenly aware that our culture interprets her heart-rending cry as a paradigm for a total loss of control. You only need to watch the films. Consequently, in our context, many women think carefully before releasing loud cries. It takes courage if they are in a birth setting, not at home perhaps. It takes courage to emit the first cry, to try it out, see what happens, and if it seems good, to continue. Good being in relation to what is actually being attempted, that is, giving birth. But it may simply that a birthing woman knows, and I emphasize knows, her cry will help her, because she has learned that guttural sounds emitted from one's throat open the birth canal. There is a direct connection between the muscles of the throat and those of the pelvis. An opera singer will use their pelvic floor to reach the highest or lowest notes. If this is the case, we will need to start admitting that women may learn in antenatal classes, in conversations, that crying out may help them. When the moment arrives, they try it and it helps, so they continue. They choose, test, evaluate, confirm. Why are we so reluctant to acknowledge what they do is rational, has reasons? Ludwig Wittgenstein, the philosopher, explained that the meaning of a sign cannot be innately interpreted. Rather, a sign needs the context of social practices to realize its meaning. The color red does not mean anything without a context. It only means stop in a traffic light sequence under our driving law. A cry during labor need not be any different. The cry is a sign of something. The patriarchal context interprets it as a lack of control, but the interpretative context may be different. We may read the guttural sound as a way of maintaining the rhythm of breathing and working through pain. Among humans, a cry can have many interpretations: an order, a limit, a mandate, a lament, a vindication, relief, mantra, impact, or an expression of pleasure, to mention a few. Why should the laboring cry not also be an intentional action that opens up an organ to facilitate entry to a unique existential space? Of course, this is very important. There are contexts in which the birthing cry means something else, which is why it is so important to remember that the cry is a sign. A cry can, for example, signify that the birthing woman is expressing her fear or her anxiety, her complaint, her protest. It might be the way she asks for an epidural. There are other explanations too. Further on during labor, a cry might cease being rational behavior in a sense of being premeditated, means to an end, or learned resource. So that with luck, at a certain point during birth, behavior which started for cultural reasons enters a distinct and interesting phase that I will refer to as physiological. Once a woman has tested the virtues of a cry, once she's confident of its value and has used it to transition to the next stage of delivery, her scream might become something else. For example, a tool for navigation or a loud mantra for concentration. Then her cry signals that everything is going well. She feels safe to land on planet Earth, a notion that refers to women's description of entering another time, zone, space, or even world during childbirth. In those contexts, screaming during labor does not mean being out of herself, but being truly in herself. To reduce the multiplicity of meanings and application of birthing sounds to a simplistic "she does not have capacity" is a sign of patriarchy. We need to address the multiplicity of voices on childbirth, their autonomy, and their agency. And this is what it means to say that the birthing woman's cry is a sign, is a sign, is a sign. I finish.
Thank you
That
very
philosophy has
much.
so often taken death.
Yeah.
No, I finish with a sentence or with a paragraph. Sorry,
Oh,
Luis,
yes.
for the
You
misunderstanding.
still have time. You
Just
still
a
have time.
closing
Perfect.
paragraph that philosophy has so often taken death instead of birth as its existential foundation is related in no small part to the absence of women from the canon of philosophy. And so it's up to us, feminist philosophers, to undertake a radically new meditation on birth, one that finally addresses the logos for genus displayed by the birthing subjects, authority, agency, and autonomy. And my work on the philosophy of birth is devoted to this enterprise. So this idea of philosophy of birth, a radical new meditation for philosophy, or a new logos for genus, a new genealogy that will, as Hannah Arendt, among others, do dig into new meanings and new ways of using and understanding what we mean when we do some things, for example, birthing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are still very much on time. So just as a reminder, you can ask questions through the Q&A, and we will go back to all the questions for all four panelists at the end. Thank you so much, Stella Villarmea.
And if I may I, if I have
Yes.
time?
Just 1 minute, yeah.
Because I didn't want to use it all, just saying that the Philosophy of Birth Network, which is a network of professionals, scholars in the academia, but also birth care professional, is very looking forward to have collaborations with the society that is now being launched, and so in such a super way. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I guess you have a website, which we may perhaps give the link.
Yeah, I can just,
yes.
I can write in on the chat if anyone wants to more information. I write the email address and the website link. And if the next speaker has to come in, please, sorry for me doing it now.
Perfect. We can still write it in the chat and have it available afterwards. Okay, so now we welcome our second presenter. That's Martina Hynan from the University of Galway. And the title of her paper is Exploring Natality as the More Than Human Capacity to Begin Anew. So Martina, the floor is yours.
Lovely. Thank you so much. So first of all, I just want to start by thanking Anna and for this amazing initiative in getting the society up and running. And I share Stella's desire to applaud you, Anna. It's and everybody involved. And I'm just absolutely delighted to be part of this opening panel. I'm just going to launch right in. So I'm based in the west of Ireland, and for almost 30 years now, my art practice has focused primarily on childbirth. So this has included participatory art projects featuring women's birth stories, and being a coordinator, artist, curator, and birth activist with the successful legislative campaign that secured mandatory inquests for maternal deaths in Ireland. And this was led by the grassroots group, the Elephant Collective. But today I want to actually focus on my more recent work, which is my PhD, and some thoughts about a new project that I'm trying to launch, and would love your thoughts on that too. But also just to point out, in the interest of transparency, I'm no longer at the University of Galway, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody there, particularly everybody at the Centre for Irish Studies at the University of Galway, and my doctoral supervisor, Dr. Nessa Cronin, for their amazing support throughout my PhD journey, which ended last year. So moving on. So basically, thinking with the theme of the symposium in relation to my PhD research, so I've come to understand natality as an ecological process and event. And by that, I mean that natality is an entangled, ongoing exchange between the human and the non-human. And so for me, this way of thinking about what it is to be born is situated within a more than human world, more than human understanding of the world. So this lens has expanded my concept, or my understanding of the concept of natality, beyond the inherited interpretations of the birthing body as a bounded singular entity. So in today's presentation, I just want to unpack how I've arrived at this understanding of natality, and why I think it's important for thinking about the future of birth care, both human and non-human. So now, whoa, look, it worked. So the title of my PhD, which is an interdisciplinary with art practice PhD, is On the Wisp, Rethinking Birthplace in Ireland for a More Than Human World. So I came across the phrase on the wisp, or on the straw, early in my research, and I found it very captivating. On the wisp was a euphemistic description of a woman birthing onto straw. It was quite a common phrase in Ireland. So for me, it's a reminder that prior to the medicalization of birth and the event of birth, occurred within home places and was part of a kinship system, a kinship way of living here in Ireland. So it's this materiality of this emplaced way of living, which is of critical interest to me. So just to say, the images are from work I created during my PhD. So this is of an image of a dress that I made from muslin, and I embedded it with handmade straw paper. And it's a gesture towards the reciprocal exchange between the pregnant body and the physical environment. Excuse me. So one key question I had at the beginning of my research was, what is birthplace? Indeed, what is place? Initially, I thought of place as a geolocation, which it is. However, I found that further investigations led me to the work of feminist environmental thinkers, and this included feminist theorist and physicist Karen Barad. So my understanding of place builds on Barad's theory of space-time mattering, which asserts, and I quote, "Space, time, and matter are interactively produced in the ongoing differential articulation of the world," end quote. So Barad's term interactive proposes that the human is in ongoing exchange with its environment and vice versa. So this reciprocal understanding of place and consequently birthplace, is part of the ongoing process between space, time, and matter. So this way of considering birthplace allowed me to rethink the historical legacy of the institutionalization of childbirth practices here in Ireland. So the evolution of obstetrics through scientific knowledge production, which has underpinned the systematization of the birthing body, is premised, I propose, on a form of highly gendered human exceptionalism. Anthropologist Anna Singh argues that, and I quote, "Species interdependence is a well-known fact, except when it comes to humans. Human exceptionalism blinds us." End quote. So this blindness, the human exceptionalism inculcates within the maternity care system in Ireland and elsewhere is, I believe, based on the lack of recognition that the human is in constant exchange with the physical environment. So I identify birthplace as the ongoing reciprocal exchange between the human body and the material physical environment. So therefore, birthplace is an ecological process, an event, and I propose that birthplace be reframed within a more than human world. Such an environmental perspective acknowledges the complex interdependency of the human with the non-human. So at the beginning of the 20th century, most Irish people's birthplace was synonymous with their home place. However, by the end of the century, 99% of all Irish births occurred in hospital settings. So for example, in 1973, there were 108 maternity units in Ireland. Today, there are 19. In County Clare, where I live, there have been no maternity services since 1987. And so for this region, pregnant people must travel up to 2 hours each way for their clinic appointments while pregnant, and crucially when they're in labor. And this is repeated around the country. So for me, the current institutionally based maternity system, sorry, I've just lost my place for a moment there. For me, our current institutions are really forms of non-places. The core pillars of sorry, I'm losing my place here a bit, sorry. Okay, so the current institutionally based maternity system is premised on this form of human exceptionalism, and that is based on the obstetric gaze, time and space, which perpetuates a centralized mechanistic approach to childbirth. So the core pillars of the institutionalization of childbirth rely on obstetric time, such as the active management of labor and due dates, obstetric space, and that's the maternity units embedded in the hospital setting, and crucially, they rely on the obstetric gaze that sees the birthing body as the isolated entity in need of management and control. Phrases such as the mechanics of labor point to a way of thinking about women's bodies as a kind of machine. So births, I argue, occur in non-places. So non-place is a term created by anthropologist Marc Auger to describe transitional and liminal spaces. So these are temporary spaces that deny a connection between the human and the non-human. For example, airports or shopping malls, and I would argue in the Irish context, maternity units. So for me, this rapid disregard of birthplace is indicative of broader issues related to how human-centric thinking dominates all aspects of living. So the photographs here are of birthplace plaques, which I made from straw pulp and embedded them with wildflower seeds. I then took these to derelict houses around County Clare, where births are very likely to have taken place up to the 1960s and in Ireland. So they're acknowledging that reciprocal exchange between the place and the body, that the place births the people and vice versa. The people birth into place. But one person who tried to offer an alternative to the current obstetric-led institutionally based maternity care in Ireland was independent midwife Philomena Canning. So the details of how she was prevented from setting up her independent birthing centre are far too complicated to go into here because of the time constraint. But if anybody wants any information, please get in touch with me and I'd be more than happy to share her story with you in more detail. I will give a little bit of information. So Philomena very sadly died from ovarian cancer in 2019. And at her funeral, I was struck by several references to the importance that her time working as a midwife in Australia had had on her. So she worked as a midwife with Indigenous communities near Alice Springs in the 1980s, and she credited this experience with revitalizing her love of and commitment to midwifery. She returned to Ireland in the late 1980s and worked as an independent midwife. In 2011, Filomena made public her plans to open an independent birthing centre in Dublin, which she planned to call Alukuro House, and that fascinated me. So reporting on Filomena's plans, journalist Ethna Donnellan notes, and I'll quote Ethna, and she says, Filomena wanted to call her project Alukuro House, meaning place of birth, as a result of her experiences as a midwife with Aboriginal women in Central Australia. A birth centre is a midwife, and she describes what a birth centre is. We only have 2 in Ireland. And we've a population of over 5 million. Whereas in Northern Ireland, with a population of 1.5 million, there are, I think it's 8 maternity-led units. So it's very obstetrically led system here. But in 2016, this is a quote from an interview that Filomena gave about her understanding of the grandmother's law, which she learned about while working in Australia. And I've highlighted the end of that statement when she says that the women believed that the disruption of their system of childbirth was the cause of the breakdown in their culture. So this rupture of birth from place is what I'm striving to address in my work. And so I'm currently in the early stages of developing plans for what I am calling a sympoetic natal garden. So what do I mean by sympoetic and a natal garden? First of all, what is sympoesis? So in the words of Donna Haraway, and I quote, sympoesis is a simple word. It means making with. Nothing makes itself. Nothing is really autopoetic or self-organizing. Sympoesis is a word proper to complex, dynamic, responsive, situated historical systems. It's a word for worlding with, in company. Sympoesis enfolds autopoiesis and generatively unfurls and extends it. So engaging with the concept of sympoesis helps to challenge human exceptionalism, which undergirds the hegemonic power structures such as the human-centric basis of the Western medical model of maternity care. And as I say, this takes the form of a very institutionally based and obstetric-led maternity system in Ireland. So during my PhD, I made what I called a series of bowls. You can see a straw little bowl there, and I call them holobiont bowls. And again, it's all this kind of metaphor for the co-creative reciprocal interconnectedness of people with place. Evolutionary development biologist Scott Gilbert states that, and I quote, birth is the continuation of the holobiont community. A holobiont is an assemblage of a host with multiple symbiotic relationships, and this is a recognition and acknowledgement of, yet again, another level of a reciprocal way of living. So using straw is a reference to the phrase on the wisp, and Filomena's description of the grandmother's law is a reminder of birthing otherwise. More than this, they're reminders that birth is an ecological process and event, which I think we have forgotten. Or we're helped to forget in the Irish context anyway. So this way of thinking about being born has helped to broaden my understanding of natality and the potential future of birth care in a more than human world. So dedicating a sympoetic natal garden to Filomena is one way to keep her story alive, and I believe we do need to tell Filomena's story in many ways and multiple contexts as a reminder of the hegemonic power system and structures that inform the maternity system, and also as potential ways to disrupt and offer other ways of thinking about birthplace. So in 2014, Filomena, she was finally ready to submit her plans for Alukuro House to the Health Service Executive for their approval. So the HSE, it runs the public health service in Ireland. However, shortly after submitting these plans, her indemnity license was withdrawn by the HSE without notification. So without any indemnity insurance, which was tied, which it's complicated, but basically they withdrew her indemnity insurance. She could no longer practice as a midwife. And as Filomena said, that day, September 12th, 2014, signaled the end of my professional life, my livelihood, and my reputation in one fell swoop. And at the time, sociologist Joe Murphy-Lawless wrote about Filomena's case and said, as I said, quote, this was no mistake as we first thought, but turned out to be a sophisticated and ruthless hunting down of a midwife with an impeccable record of care by a group of midwife administrators in the state's HSE, the operational arm of the public health services. It was initiated, we have always believed, in fear and panic on their part that Filomena's long hope for plans for independent midwife birthing centre with fully independent insurance were nearing fruition. So systemic resistance to births outside of hospitals in Ireland is well documented, and while many people and organisations work to improve birth choices for pregnant people living here, I believe that until we begin to rethink the parameters of what it is to be born, we will not be able to address the persistence of the bounded body ideology that dominates the maternity system. And as I mentioned earlier, obstetric space, time, and matter determines these parameters, and that underlying ideology of human exceptionalism needs to be challenged. So the image of the budding borage seeds here are planted in one of my little holobiont bowls, and this is an experiment. So while borage is considered to be a galactagogue and therefore helps support breast milk production, to focus only on this aspect of borage reinforces a human-centric way of view of the plant. So this emphasis could undermine the co-creative ambition of my sympoetic natal garden. And so what I'm trying to think about is I then subsequently took that bowl and I planted it in our garden. And the reason I did so was to allow the taproots the opportunity to grow and develop. So the borage taproots, they actually increase aeration and they improve soil structure, increasing water percolation and oxygen. So it's understanding the complexity of this human and non-human interconnectedness and this co-creative way of thinking is what I'm trying to develop more and more. So symbolically, the phrase on the wisp or on the straw represents the fundamental presence of nature in childbirth, but furthermore, the properties of straw indicate that it may have reciprocal healing properties to both human and non-human. So the burial of straw, for example, improves soil quality, and according to health scientists, it improves soil fertility. And it also has health benefits for humans, including anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, antioxidant. So at the moment, in Ireland, for example, there's also an initiative, the Straw Incorporation Measure, and they're paying tillage farmers to bury straw to improve soil structure. It's quite interesting. So to create a sympoetic natal garden, for me, offers a method of rethinking our relationship with what it means to be born, birthing soil, birthing people, birthing place. It seeks to question the inherited ideological framework for the medicalization of childbirth. And it's my hope that it offers an expanded understanding of natality that addresses the historical shift from home to hospital, which currently disregards society's relationship with birthplace. So creating a sympoetic garden would provide a way of rethinking and retelling natal stories. So I'm very much in agreement with Donna Haraway when she asserts that the story must change. As she says, we must think, and that means simply we must change the story must change. And as she states elsewhere, stories are much bigger than ideologies, and in that is our hope. So for Haraway, new forms of storytelling offers ways of critically engaging with such legacies. And I'm offering my sympoetic natal garden as a form of storytelling. The decoupling of birth from the ongoing interconnection with everyday place is recent. Thinking with pre-medicalized birthing traditions in Ireland and elsewhere, such as the grandmother's law, we are reminded of ways of living entwined with place and of the interdependence of people with place. Anthropologist and environmental humanities scholar Deborah Bird Rose describes the emplaced ecological self as, quote, permeable, place penetrates the body and the body slips into place, end quote. So on the wisp or on the straw is a phrase which thus comes from an emplaced way of living that existed prior to the medicalization of birth. And I believe that Philomena understood the significance of birthplace, and so that's why I want to dedicate the garden to her memory. And I believe that this expanded understanding of natality as the entanglement of the human with the non-human situates future birth care within a more than human world that offers an alternative way of thinking, a way of thinking otherwise about what it is to be born. So my work sort of sits at the intersection of environmental humanities, medical humanities, and visual culture. And so my PhD was trying to develop this sympoetic storytelling. So I use video, photography, material practice, sculptural forms made with plant matter, etc. And I'd like to include this multimedia approach within the development of this project that I'm just literally in the early stages of. So I'm really happy for suggestions, comments, and collaborations. And thank you so much for your patience with my technical issues and for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martina. And thank you for sharing these beautiful images of your work. So just as a reminder, attendants can use the Q&A and write their questions, and we'll take all the questions at the end. And now we're moving to our third presenter. That's Annu Dahiya from City University of New York. We can see you.
Perfect.
We can hear you.
Perfect. I'm gonna be sharing my screen as well, so let me just set that up. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm already seeing a lot of really interesting points of resonance between the papers that have already been given and mine. My name is Annu Dahiya, and I am a doctoral lecturer of philosophy at the City University of New York. Briefly speaking, I work within the fields of feminist philosophy of science, 20th century continental thought, and in the last few years, anti-colonial philosophy as well. And my talk today is called Feminist Philosophy and the Origins of Life. So I'm just going to leave this image up. I will explain it later. It's one of my favorite images that relates to my research. So I'll come back to it, but I'll leave it up. Okay, so this talk argues that a feminist philosophy of birth can help us understand the origins of cellular life itself, and thereby provide an alternative to a philosophy of death that I think paradoxically undergirds scientific research about the origins of life. When concepts that have long been explored in feminist philosophy, such as embodiment, gestation, and birth, frame and guide origins research, we come closer to understanding how cellular life may have first emerged. Which I also just want to foreshadow or foreground that I've always been fascinated on the question of life, on the question of where do we come from, and that's what brought me to thinking about origins of life research. I wrote my dissertation on that in feminist philosophy a few years ago, and origins of life research, the whole field is inherently speculative. There are no direct fossils from 4 billion years ago about how cellular life first began, and so it's a kind of impossible question about where did cellular life came from, because there's no quote-unquote direct proof. But to me, that's what makes it such an interesting philosophical question as well. So in this talk, I outline how the emergence of cellular life began with single-celled organisms, and that although these organisms reproduced asexually once they had already emerged, I'm going to walk us through some scientific research that argues that the concept of a womb in certain strands of origins of life research is evoked to understand cellular life's initial emergence from matter. I'll share how actually a lot of research about life's central origins, about origins of life research, actually I would argue exists within a framework of death. And I'll show how a concept of womb actually moves us out of a framework of death to a framework of life. In my project, I also, similar to the previous talk, I displaced the human in the philosophy of birth I offer, arguing that we as a species did not invent birth, and because of this, a feminist philosophy of birth should not begin within a human frame. And in my talk, I also am going to explore how a concept called diaphysis, a concept coined by Lucy Irigaray, can help us think about this question about how life began and how a diaphysis is different from what we call a metaphysics or a metaphysis. According to Irigaray, we need to understand an ontology of life rooted in a diaphysis rather than a metaphysics, because a diaphysis would, quote, begin from nature or the real itself, and it would proceed thanks to or means of or through nature or physis rather than beyond it or after it, aka meta. That is just my abstract, so the talk officially starts now. Philosophy, as it's been practiced in the West, is in many ways ill-suited to studying life. While language and metaphors rooted in reproduction and the maternal body have often been appropriated by philosophy, the biological body, especially the cis female body, is seen as corrupt and decaying, and in this way the event of birth is denigrated. This denigration and dismissal of the materiality of birth is peculiar because birth, as Fanny Soderbeck reminds us in a Philosophia essay, saying, birth is the one experience that all of life shares. She writes, quote, "If male philosophers for millennia have been concerned with death, and if death is the one event those writing about it have yet to experience, birth is perhaps the only experience we all constitutively share insofar as we have all been born. A feminist philosophy of life would include a philosophy of birth, and it would take seriously how things begin." In my work, I argue that the central concepts we associate with the corporeal process of birth that we see in a human frame and register have their origins in something more ancient. And because of this, these more primordial ways of thinking or concepts are necessary and required concept and lens to ground and guide even scientific origins research itself. So in The Sex Which Is Not One, Luce Irigaray argues that certain properties of the vital have been deadened into constancy to give the theoretical machinery of Western philosophy its form. As a result, this theoretical machine and its accompanying logic fundamentally misunderstands and misrepresents life. In a 2018 interview published in Philosophia with Stephen Seeley, Irigaray discusses how her philosophical project is rooted in, quote, what early Greek culture called cosmos. That is, to an organization of the world which does not result from the imposition of a human logos on nature, but results from the logos that nature is. This idea of following an organization of the world which doesn't result from this imposition of a human logos is something that I find really fascinating, and that I think a feminist philosophy of life that also works in, that also we could call a feminist philosophy of birth, should follow or should begin from. In this same 2018 Philosophia interview, Seeley and Irigaray also discuss how sexuate difference could serve as the basis for a new ontology that would no longer be metaphysical insofar as it would begin from nature or the real itself. It instead would be a diaphysics rather than a metaphysics, since it would proceed thanks to, by means of, or through nature, rather than beyond it or after it. For Irigaray, vegetal being is one of the places where we can see this diaphysical logic at work. She writes in the same interview, considering the way of developing a vegetal being, we can observe that living matter moves by itself and provides itself with its own forms. Thus, the becoming of the vegetal world does not require the supply of an external dynamism, even if it needs an appropriate environment for the exercise of its own dynamism. Furthermore, a vegetal being blossoms into new forms without the imposition of external forms on its matter or on it as material. These two aspects already represent a Dahiya and not a metaphysical manner of existing that can teach us how to transform our manner of being and of thinking, as well as one of conceiving of truth and ethics, end quote. Irigaray goes on to say in this interview that, quote, we must reflect on the real nature of our origin. And so what I'm going to turn to in my talk now is experimenting with what this kind of logos that is a diaphysics, where I think I see that at work in origins of life research. And then the kind of origins of life research that I'm focusing on, and even where this image comes from, it's a relatively small strand of origins of life research where I think on my work, I argue already is thinking in a feminist way, whether the researchers have ever read someone like Irigaray. But it's the metaphysical framework that they're using that I'm about to explain is already thinking outside a logic of death to understand the concept of life. And that in itself brings us closer to thinking about this impossible question. A lot of the most famous origins of life research, I would argue, is actually metaphysical. In other words, they follow a logos that comes after life that is then retroactively projected onto life when trying to understand it. to me, this metaphysics is also a framework of death. This idea of where we get, or the origins of where we think about life through death, perhaps one really useful example is Frankenstein. And so Frankenstein, being a novel written by Mary Shelley in 1818, is a fascinating novel, and she's a wonderful writer. But within the novel, Victor Frankenstein, the scientist, he's interested in, he says himself that to understand the causes of life, we first have to recourse to death. And then what I have on the screen here is the most famous Frankenstein film. It's that 1931 production, where this is a scene where the creature on that sort of operating table is about to be zapped into life. And in the novel, Frankenstein essentially steals parts of corpses from different cemeteries and then sutures them together and then inputs an electrical current to bring this, I prefer to call him a creature rather than a monster, to life. This idea of bringing something to life that is dead, I argue, is implicitly frames a lot of origins of life research, and I'll come to, and I think it actually is rooted in a metaphysics of death. And I think this because actually the most famous origins of life experiment that really kind of started the field off is something that's called the 1952 Stanley Miller experiment. And it was, the paper relating to this research was published in Nature, the Nature journal, which is a really major scientific journal, in 1953. So on the left side of the screen is the diagram drawing that was published in the journal Nature, and in the right side of the screen is the actual sort of experimental apparatus. And basically what this experiment did is that it simulated, on the little globe you see on the top right part of the diagram, in that globe, it simulated what was thought to be at the time the ancient ocean of Earth's, of the ancient Earth, and also the ancient atmosphere, based on what geologists thought the atmosphere may have been made of. And in this experiment, an electrical discharge, or what we could just easily call lightning, was hitting this kind of primordial ocean in this tube for 7 days. And that after the course of 7 days, the precursors to amino acids actually formed. And amino acids are the building blocks of protein, so they are a central part of the processes of life. This experiment ended up causing a lot of cultural fascination, and it kind of jump-started origins of life research, because before this, thinking about this question was thought that it can't be done scientifically. Like, how are we going to study how the origins of cellular life started? And so I think this is a fascinating experiment. It was historically really important. But one sort of issue that this experiment created is, I think it's kind of very similar in some ways to this Frankensteinian idea of how do you create life? In other words, through death. And I think that because some scientific researchers also thinking about the origins of life, they argue that this experiment is rooted in what they call an equilibrium way of thinking, or equilibrium thermodynamics. In other words, the system itself is focused on just what do I need to introduce to the system in terms of energy to just create the particular precursors or chemical products that I'm looking for. It completely doesn't center or foreground the question of the milieu in which these chemical precursors are bringing about. One critique of the Stanley Miller experiment, and of a lot of research that then is inspired by it and thinks in the same framework, is that there's this kind of assumption that the origins of cellular life could have happened anywhere on Earth. It could have happened on the ocean surface. It could have happened in a little pond. It could have happened pretty much anywhere. And the research that I think is implicitly feminist in this thinking is research that says, actually, no, it couldn't just happen anywhere. And they critique the research that's been inspired by the Miller experiment, saying this type of research creates a problem that it has a difficult time solving. which is interesting because that's kind of Irigaray's critique of also Western philosophy. You create the issues that then become a conundrum or a blind spot for you that you yourself can't see. And so the conundrum that is self-created in this types of origins of life research is that because there's a kind of dismissal or non-paying attention to the specific environmental milieu in which life began, because you're just focusing on how do I make those chemical precursors, is that it creates something called the container problem or the membrane problem, and that there's no attention given to like what was the body in which all this was happening, and was that an important part, as important of a part or as crucial as a part as just making those chemical precursors. And so because a lot of origins of life research actually, in my work, I argue, it dismisses or forgets the question of embodiment from its get-go. It's sort of doomed to fail because some scientists joke that once the chemical precursors are created, then this experimental research just says, oh yeah, and there was a membrane there that just kind of came out of somewhere. To go back to this image that I had you looking at in the beginning of my talk, my work actually focuses on some strands of origins of life research that I argue that is very geochemical in nature. And in other words, it's really thinking about the environmental milieu in which life may have begun. And one of the things that I find most interesting about it is some of this research theorizes that life began in what they called primordial wombs. And so these little black pores, or dark pores that you see on the screen, they're these pores that are thought to have been created in deep sea hydrothermal vents, a specific kind that I won't get into today, that as water was coming up deep from the Earth's crust into the bottom, into the top of the bottom of the ocean, this is like very deep in the ocean at its floor. The chemical reactions that were created there created these tiny microscopic pores that actually provide a membrane, and therefore, what I argue in my work, a kind of primordial womb that was far from equilibrium, that was never at rest, that created the conditions for cellular life itself to emerge. And so I think this type of research is actually putting into praxis what Irigaray calls potentially what a diaphysis is, rather than a metaphysics of life. Because if we begin by thinking about the question of how life began, by taking its milieu in which it began as seriously as the chemical precursors that we think need to be created, it kind of fundamentally shifts how we think about the question of life itself. And so to close, I would just say that if life in its initial cellular emergence is not a difference in kind from far from equilibrium matter, a gestational space such as like in these microscopic vents that were thought to have been around on the deep in the Earth's ocean billions of years ago, I think this type of work can remind us what life shares, all of life shares at its origins. The debt it owes to an environmental, or what I sometimes call a maternal milieu, that pre-existed and conditioned the possibility of its emergence. In certain geochemically rooted origins of life research that I've highlighted here briefly, the emergence of cellular life becomes a highly probable statistical inevitability rather than an improbable occurrence. This rhetorical transformation signals an epistemological and ontological reframing of the relation between matter and life. At the origins of cellular life, the relation between matter and life shifts from a difference in kind to one of degree. The hydrologics of primordial inorganic wombs engender these rhetorical, epistemological, and ontological shifts, thus offering us a way to fundamentally reorient how we understand the nature of life and its capacity to be engendered by and to further generate difference. Origins research that thinks in tandem with the logic of a womb and a non-anthropocentric concept of the maternal brings us closer to understanding one of the most pressing and enduring and perhaps impossible questions. about how we as human beings have been asking about our origins, and how it calls our attention to what concepts have been historically devalued, denigrated, excluded, or even forgotten from both philosophy and science, such as birth, gestation, and embodiment. Feminist philosophy can reorient how we understand the nature of life, including its origins. It can frame and guide radical research about fundamental questions like where do we come from, and what are our origins, and potentially how do we want to live. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're still right on time. That was really interesting. And we have enough time left for our fourth and last paper before it is Anna's time to speak. I want to thank her in the name of everyone attending here for putting together this wonderful symposium alongside with her team. Thank you so much. So our last paper is Anna Hennessey. And she's the founder of the Society for the Study of Pregnancy and Birth. Her paper is entitled Natality as a Philosophy of Rebirth.
Thank you so much, Florence. Let me share my screen. Does everybody see that, Florence?
We do it full screen, so it's fine.
Okay, great. So I will hop right in. Today I am presenting Natality as a Philosophy of Rebirth. In philosophy, natality is a concept coined most famously in the political philosophy of Hannah Arendt and is often associated with the philosophy of birth. This paper presents natality not as a philosophy of birth, but as a philosophy of rebirth, exploring how people go through new beginnings or rebirths during their lives, and focusing especially on how mothers are socially and symbolically reborn and begin anew when they have children. Natality in the maternal sense can therefore be an existential state whereby mothers transform and are reborn on multiple levels through the act of mothering. More broadly, natality in this sense refers to a philosophy of rebirth in the human experience. All people's beings change in many ways during their lives. Thus, rebirth is more broadly a part of what it is to exist. After first examining the topics of natality and birth in the works of Hannah Arendt and Italian philosopher Adriana Cavallero, the paper branches off to focus on the topic of natality as rebirth in both the maternal experience and in the human experience. The paper then turns briefly to reflect on how studying birth and rebirth in the arts and humanities while also mothering my own children has over the past 15 years folded my intellectual work inside out, leading me to create an artistic project called the Rebirth Tunnel for other people to experience. The tunnels are immersive, matricentric art installations that participants move through to reach symbolic rebirth. For me, natality as rebirth began as a maternal experience that has since culminated in intellectual, philosophical, and artistic production, the latter of which has brought a natal aesthetic to the public sphere. In The Human Condition, 20th century German-American political philosopher Hannah Arendt explains that the human condition of natality is connected to how newcomers, or those born into the world as strangers, possess the capacity of beginning something anew. Arendt's concept of natality relates to a human capacity to act in the world, especially in the political sense of acting and speaking, through which one's identity is revealed. Neither mothers nor mothering is central to Arendt's work. Arendt's discussion of physiological birth is referenced in terms of the labor and work of a woman's body. And fertility is similarly referred to in the context of animal laborans, or that mode of existence in which humans are like beasts and must produce and labor through the routines of life. Arendt also examines a second birth in the human experience, which she understands as available to humans through action and speech and word and deed. This second birth is not so much a rebirth as it is a new birth of a different part of the self. Quote, "With word and deed, we insert ourselves into the human world, and this insertion is like a second birth in which we confirm and take upon ourselves the naked fact of our original physical appearance. This insertion is not forced upon us by necessity. Its impulse springs from the beginning, which came into the world when we were born and to which we respond by beginning something new on our own initiative. For Arendt, it is through speech and action that humans go through a second birth. Speech and action are distinguished from human bodily existence. The latter is related to physical objects and takes on a lesser status in her philosophy. In her extensive work on Arendt, however, contemporary Italian philosopher Adriana Cavallero extends the concept of natality into the realms of the body and the maternal. Looking at material from Arendt's German notebooks, for example, Cavallero points to Arendt's discussion of the rift of copulation in birth, with copulation in Cavallero's interpretation indicating a fundamental rupture and subsequent birth and coming into being through the woman's body. Cavallero states, quote, "No one of us would be in the world, or as Arendt would have it, would have appeared into the world if a woman's body had not experienced a rupture in the act of giving birth as part of the natural cycle of regeneration, that is, of the necessity of organic life," end quote. Cavallero's exploration of Arendt's philosophy of natality concerning physiological birth in the maternal body is appealing. But this concept of natality in the maternal life also expands past begetting children and into the sphere of what it is to raise them. Natality in the maternal sense could also be an existential state whereby mothers transform and are reborn on multiple levels through mothering. After birth or adoption, mothers go through a transformation that is of a social ontological nature. I have written at length about social ontology. It was central to the thesis of my first book, Imagery, Ritual, and Birth: Ontology Between the Sacred and the Secular. Social ontology pertains to the social nature of something or someone's being. To give a common example from the field of social ontology, money has a social ontology, which fundamentally pertains to its social meaning and transcends its physical nature. In other words, on a physical level, money's ontology is related to its nature as a piece of paper or physical object. But at the social level, money's ontology is related to what humans construe it to be or mean. People collectively understand money not simply as a piece of paper, but as a medium of exchange, and the understanding becomes institutionalized. This is part of money's social ontology. Returning to birth and mothering, all women and others identifying as mothers go through a rite of passage and social rebirth when they become mothers, which is socially recognized and transforms their identities to that of mother. However, mothers also go through multiple rebirths as they and their families grow, age, and change. Natality and maternity merge in a mother's life and existence through the child's passage of developmental milestones, for example, which often become a mother's milestones in her psyche. Whether the milestone be that of smiling, laughing, crawling, eating solid food, walking or talking for the first time, going to school, driving a car, or any other of the myriads of milestones children go through, for many mothers, a rebirth of the self, sometimes big and sometimes small, takes place during these moments. Canadian scholar and professor Andrea O'Reilly has explored a mother-centered feminist theory and politics in her extensive work on matricentric feminism, including in her 2016 book, Matricentric Feminism, and her 2024 volume, The Mother Wave, among her many other publications. Drawing from her work, some of my previous research has focused on matricentric art, which explores birth and art about birth, not natality and rebirth in the context of matricentric art. Yet some of my findings point to this exact phenomenon of rebirth in the maternal experience of the mother artist. One area of interest to the research, for example, revolves around the finding of an increased artistic production and energy that some of the female artists studied report experiencing after becoming mothers. Canadian artist Kate Hansen, for example, explains how she and her artwork transformed after she had become a mother and had children. Quote, Contrary to the popular belief that art making is one of the things that falls to the wayside after the birth of children, in my case, I felt inspired and compelled by my experience of childbirth and motherhood. It was almost as though the creative act of making another human being awoke a creative drive in me, end quote. Hansen created her Madonna and Child project when her two children were babies and toddlers. Thus, she had to eke out time to paint when they were sleeping, in part because Kate did not have significant help in raising her children early on. What Hansen describes as a rebirth and renewal, a natality emerging both in her being and artwork after she had become a mother. Nadia Burton, a sociologist and professor of midwifery who edited the 2015 volume Natal Signs, Cultural Representations of Pregnancy, Birth, and Parenting, has also described natal aesthetics, which is a powerful way of creating change and envisioning the future. The phenomena of birth, natality, and rebirth through maternal life have also emerged repeatedly in my own life, impacting both my scholarship over the years and more recently, my art making on the topics of birth and rebirth. The physiological, psychological, social, and emotional transformations I went through after going through pregnancy, birth, and early mothering found an outlet and intellectual passage through my writing shortly after I had given birth to my son in 2009 and my daughter in 2011. Since then, I have written and presented for both academic and wider audiences about a range of topics centered on birth. Pregnancy, birth, and mothering, all physical dimensions of my life, revitalized my intellectual being. Birth, I have suggested, while a topic of physical and psychological interest, is also one of philosophical and intellectual fascination. Around 2017, I also began researching and publishing on the topic of rebirth after trauma through art, as well as the concept of the eternal return to life in philosophy and the history of religions. For the purposes of this presentation, I will say that my research on all of this coincided both with a personal rebirth that I was experiencing in my own life and with a material shift through which I was trying to express my ideas on the topic of rebirth. The shift occurred in the form of a specific art project that I began creating in 2023, which is called the Rebirth Tunnel Immersive Art Installation. The personal rebirth I experienced, and from which the rebirth tunnel also emerged, involved traveling to Ireland with my two children, then aged 10 and 12, in the summer of 2022. We held a small ceremony by the banks of the River Shannon, ripping up paper that had important words I had written on it related to sad events and how I was raised, and then we buried the pieces in the mud on the riverbank together. My ethnic origin is Irish American, and the children and I were in part saying goodbye to ancestors, family of origin members, and intergenerational trauma. The ceremony did not last long, just a few minutes, and I did not expect much out of it. But over a period of a few days and then lasting into weeks, I began to feel a huge weight lifted from my shoulders. I was light and free and realized that something important and fundamental had happened that day by the River Shannon. I had gone through a personal rebirth. My children have since then also commented on the ceremony at various points, as well as on their feelings of a reconnection to their Irish heritage. My son now plays both the Highland pipes and the traditional Irish Uilleann pipes, and my daughter is an Irish dancer. Both children have since performed twice in San Francisco's St. Patrick's Day Parade. This story from my life, as well as all the past intellectual work on birth and rebirth, are intimately connected to the psychological fabric that the Rebirth Tunnel immersive art installation is made of. It was in these overlapping contexts of life, intellectual work, and my family that my ideas for the Rebirth Tunnel art project began to form, leading to creation of an immersive space for others through which to process life events, particularly something of a traumatic nature that had affected them personally or was part of something broader and related to society. I will now briefly sketch out what it is that people experience when they participate in the Rebirth Tunnel immersive art installation. So far, I've been able to make 2 tunnels, one at an academic conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, and one here in San Francisco for a low-income public housing community. The tunnels were similar, but the contexts were different. However, in both cases, participants have responded in very positive ways. I received a small grant from the American Academy of Religion to make the first tunnel, and a few donations from local nonprofits in San Francisco to make the second one. My budget for both of those was very small, and I could not create an elaborate tunnel, but the conceptual piece I created served the purpose well, and as a prototype for the tunnel I am currently working on. Just a few weeks ago, I received a larger grant from the Henry Luce Foundation and am in the process of creating a more developed tunnel. The images that I'm showing you are from the earlier events. Having researched and experienced rites of passage, and especially birth as a rite of passage, I knew when preparing the project that when people begin the rite, they must first enter a liminal space that is of neither a secular nor sacred nature. I had to bring participants into a middle space, which would help them to psychologically exit the sphere they had just been in, whether it was the conference or the public housing community. After that, I could have them enter the Rebirth Tunnel, which was the sacred space. The first indications participants receive that they have entered this liminal space is their encounters with me and the other people who are part of the project. As a rebirth midwife, I dressed very differently from how I usually dress. This makes me stand out in large part so that the participants begin to understand that they are entering a different space. Janice Poss served as the rebirth doula in Las Vegas, and Ernestine Bernard served as the rebirth doula in San Francisco. Both of them also dressed differently and were accompanied by spaces with rings of flowers so as to be a part of the rite. Those who perform as guides in rites of passage traditions across cultures wear special or different garments. Before entering the Rebirth Tunnel, all participants receive a brochure. The brochure is a key part of the experience because it brings participants into the liminal space of the event by providing them with a document about the process they will be going through. This helps to further remove them from the secular space. The brochure for the event provides all participants with clear guidelines to the steps of the rite that they're about to undergo. The 3 main steps are 1, enter the reconception pod, 2, enter the rebirth tunnel, and 3, receive your rebirth certificate. In addition to giving participants the brochure, I also handed them a small plain note card. Participants then began their rebirth experience by processing the self in a reconception pod before entering the tunnel. At the previous events, for those who did not want to enter the pods, we provided them with a decorated table at which they could sit or stand by themselves. However, we found that most participants wanted to enter the pod. Alone in the pod, participants might spend time reading the brochure, and they all write statements on their blank note cards while enclosed in the pod. One option of what to write on the card is either about something they would like to shed from themselves, most often a memory, or about a hope for the future. I will now show you a short video from the event in Las Vegas of what happened once participants exited the reconception pods and entered the actual rebirth tunnel. It was a conference setting, but one thing we discovered was that a university classroom was a wonderful space for the rebirth tunnel experience to take place because we only allowed 1 participant in at a time, and there are 2 doors in a typical classroom. So the person naturally traveled through one door and exited out the other one. This created a small, enclosed, and private space for the participant. At the middle archway and center of the tunnel, you will see that participants encounter a rebirth box, an object integral to the rebirth experience, because it is the place where the participants read their written statements either out loud or to themselves and then discard of them. While moving through the tunnel, participants also hear verbal affirmations of love played through recordings, and they see a projection of an animated image of a child who looks off into a peaceful valley. Since details such as race and gender of the child are hard to see, many participants see the image of the child as a symbolic representation of their own childhood self.
You are safe to let go. You are allowed to celebrate your achievements and milestones. You are deserving of unconditional love and acceptance. You are allowed to embrace your uniqueness and individuality. You are encouraged to love yourself and look after yourself.
Upon completion of the tunnel, participants receive rebirth certificates, which they sign themselves, an act that helps them to be present with their own name and self as the ritual ends. The document also contains the place and date of the rebirth event, as well as both my signature and the rebirth doula's signature. Many of the participants who completed the tunnels have explained a sense of renewal upon completion. For some, the experience was emotional, much more than we had imagined. There was a diverse range of participants across gender, race, religion, and age. And I've begun recording individual responses of their experiences on the Rebirth Tunnel webpage, which is part of my own website. In some cases, the doulas and I witnessed instances where people engaged strongly with the event. In conclusion, I will say that in my case, there has been a material and artistic output and rebirth which stems from life mothering my children. Motherhood was the catalyst for multiple rebirths in my life, which have involved physical, psychological, emotional, communal, and other transformations in my person. My intellectual output and the Rebirth Tunnel installation are physical and now even embodied manifestations of how these changes have been processed in my own life, ultimately creating a new form of natality along the path of my existence. And thank you. That's the end of this. And I'll just say one last thing, which is serendipitously, an article I've written, which is based on this whole talk, was just published in the 25th anniversary issue of the Journal of the Motherhood Initiative, which is Andrea O'Reilly's journal. So you can find that. It's already available online.
Thank you so much, Anna. Maybe you can also link to this article. I think this journal is in open access, so maybe if you have the link, we can share it through the chat. And now it's wonderful because we still have about 17 minutes, maybe a few more to discuss. So please use the Q&A and ask your questions either to all panelists or maybe to one of them specifically. Thank you. So as the moderator, I do not see any question through the Q&A. We have words of thanks for the panelists. And if no one else is going to write a question, then I might have a question for actually any of the panelists, because there are themes that are recurring. And one thing I would like to ask, if any one of you would share a few words, would say a few more things about this notion of more than human or other than human in relation to birth and natality, because I thought this appeared in several of the papers. In the title of Martina's paper, the more than human, this notion that non-anthropocentric notions could help us devise a new philosophy, a feminist philosophy around birth and natality. So would any one of you like to comment on this notion?
Shall I begin? I'll just
Sure.
I'll just throw it out. So I suppose for me, the more than human that I kind of come to understand In terms of around birth, it challenges the sort of human-centric concept that I'm interested in, that I have been tracing in my research, is very rooted in the sort of legacy of the ideologies of 18th century understanding of the body, particularly the birthing body, and then that whole history of how obstetric care evolved and developed, and that meant imposing all kinds of knowledges that are very much based on that nature culture divide, and very much, it's, I suppose, in a way, people like Merchant's work, Carolyn Merchant's work around the control over nature and the control over women and women's bodies and birthing bodies helped define the ideological basis of a kind of humanism that continues to dominate a lot of scientific knowledge, and specifically in the Irish context, the obstetric-led system of maternity care relies very much on that, whereas the more than human extends in another direction. It allows us to rethink the interconnectedness of the human with the non-human, and so that moves us into a more than human, or other than that legacy of that ideological basis that we are still carrying in all of our language and in all of our thinking, I think, in the Western model, but also specifically around childbirth practices. I think it's still so dominant, that form. So the more than human is offering, for me, an alternative way, a way of thinking otherwise.
Stella, go ahead with yes.
Yeah. Wonderful question. And it really brings us all together to be able to answer. There are, from my point of view, different ways in which one would be using more than human, or one would be using human, or one would be using post-human, etc. And one would need to define those, not for technical, academic, scholar reasons, but just for communication aims. I loved it when Martina introduced it, and also I think it is time, it is the moment to put birth in touch with its surroundings and its nature sources, and to, for example, in terms of birth care, to really bring about the possibility of being immersed in all that is also guided by nature. At the same time, I'm just trying to balance that which is for me a need with another need that comes from the fact that our society and our laws and our ways of warrant what happens to us is based on notions that have to do with the fact that we are humans, not so much. We've not developed that many laws that warrant our rights in connection to us being non-humans. And so conceptually, I understand the first, and not only conceptually, politically, I am very much pro everything that is on one side. At the same time, unless we are able to integrate birthing people, born people into the laws and the system of laws that we have, which are based on rationality, capacity. That's why I'm emphasizing those things, not because I think it's the only way to give birth, but at the moment, I think it's the only way for some people to respect those who give birth, to back to the notion of human and what is what we are not. Why are we not that human when we give birth? It would be a long topic, but just bringing things to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any one of the other panelists add something to that question of the human, non-human, other than human?
Yeah, I can jump in for a second. So I guess in my work, I would explain it as I'm interested in life and what runs through the human, what we see in the human register and the frame. But I fundamentally think that so birth has been historically and philosophically been denigrated. I think we all would agree at this conference that that has been true. And so paying attention to birth and all of its complexity in the human frame is something we need to do. But then I think where my work fits into this is thinking about the question, where does this complexity that we see in the human frame, what are its origins? Where does that come from? Because this denigration of birth philosophically isn't just its effects are not just what the experiences that we don't give attention to in the human frame. And so very broadly speaking, my work is about, I'm interested in what you could call a philosophy of nature, even though that generally signals like a very German strand of thinking. And that's why I talked about this idea of a non-anthropocentric concept of birth that runs through what we see in the human frame, but that has its origins in something much more ancient. And this new paper that I'm working on right now that could just exemplify this really quick is that there's this protein that is very central to how mammals, how we can give live birth. And it has to do with how a placenta, basically how a placenta is formed and how it can give nutrients. And in the recent few years, it has been found that this protein, it's called syncticin, actually is a protein that originates from viruses, from a particular kind of retroviruses. So I'm working on a paper right now about how this protein that actually is the reason mammals give live birth, it doesn't come from any kind of mammalian or animal life. It comes from something much, much more ancient. And so questions like these, I think I find interesting, and I think it pushes us to think, what are the origins of life itself, and how does reframing our understanding of origins reframe everything then? And also potentially, as an Uruguayan, how does it also reframe, if we understand that differently, then do we potentially understand everything that comes after also differently, and perhaps less, phallocentrically?
Thank you. Would anyone else add to this question? Otherwise, we have other questions for Anna in the chat, in the Q&A.
Just very briefly, I've just put it in the chat that there is an organization, they're actually organizing a summer school, I think it's in London, around more than human rights. I've just put the link in the chat there. It's fascinating. Anyway.
Okay, thank you. So I think we can jump to the question for Anna, and then we'll come back to questions for Stella Villarmea. So there are questions asking whether all the attendees of the tunal experience identified as mothers, and also someone else is asking if you could give more information about the participants who participated in the tunal process. And can we say the names of the people who asked questions?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. So Susan Maloney is asking, she's writing, I am particularly interested in any similarities or differences of men and women experiencing this rebirth process. Any insight would be appreciated, especially since men do not give physical birth. So are there any details you could give us about how participants identified while taking this experience in the tunal?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So on the website, which I put the link, we do have some responses, some participant responses that I've begun collecting from people who did go through the tunnels. We had many men, younger men, older men, go through the tunnel. And some of them actually had very profound experiences. We don't have a ton of time, but I will give one example, which is during the conference, a middle-aged man who was part of the conference came with his wife, and he had a briefcase and a suit on. He didn't know that this tunnel event was happening, and he sort of just wandered into it and said, "What is this event?" And we explained it to him, and I asked him, "Would you like to go through?" And I always ask if people would like to. I don't assume they're going in. And he said, sure. And then I took his briefcase. I said, we need to have that over to the side so that you don't have to worry about that. He and his wife went through separately, so it's very private when you go through. And at the end, he came up to me, and one thing I didn't mention is that the very last thing is I offer a rebirth hug to anybody who wants it. And pretty much everybody wanted the hug, and he gave me a big hug, and so did his wife. And they said that they had had a very profound experience. And so I had never met this person before. And about a month later, he sent me an email out of the blue, and he said that that experience was one of the most profound he had had with his wife, for himself and his wife as well, and that they have a son in his 20s, and that they really want their son to also go through the rebirth tunnel. So it was certainly not centered on gender identity, birth, people who have given birth. We had just a wide range of people who experienced that. And that's just one example.
Thank you. So many other opportunities with this tunnel. So we have time to go back. Maybe I will read the 2 questions that are addressed to Stella. And the questions are by Cassandra Sciortino. So the first one, it's about a point in the meaning, message from Christ, not just the mother in labor cries, which communicate meaning, different messages, languages, but so too do infants. It is well known in NICU care of the different states infants communicate with their cries, anger, pain, hunger, discomfort, hope to return to a previous condition. And then she also adds, if there is time to consider this, a consideration of the cries, such as those articulated in Bushido, that is the samurai code of the irrationality in battle fighting, of a cry of ferocity and abandon to enable a loss of self in the interest of battle. Is cry different than a roar, a war cry on the battlefield? And then she adds the spiritual cry of a warrior fighting for justice, the metaphysical echo of every suppressed feeling in a system of stoic duty. And then she adds even more specific examples, which I guess, Stella, you can also read from the chat. So do you have any comments on these parallels between these cries, the cries of the samurai in the Bushido and other examples that were mentioned?
Thank you very much. Everything that Cassandra is saying would be ways in which meaning is portrayed or can be understood or can be expressed. That is precisely the point, that if it is human language, if it is language, then it has meaning. And if it has meaning, one cannot anticipate what the meaning is. One has to work with interpretation, with context, or as I like to say, with whom, why, for what purpose, to whom, when, where, etc. Thus, or utters whatever, a word, a scream, a cry, or etc. So I do think as well that babies talk or babies say, and certainly warriors do. In general, it is not so much only what each of them does as what each of us hears or understands. So that's how human communication or human language works. It's not so much the discussion on whether a warrior does something, but what we understand or what we pretend we understand when they do something, etc., with all the other agents that Cassandra mentioned. And since I have to be quick, it is just to use the word Anna mentioned before, serendipity, that 10 minutes before my talk, I deleted the paragraphs on warriors that follow the analysis on the birthing woman or the birthing subject cries. I just make a comparison with what happens with soldiers in battle when they attempt to hit and just cry out. I have this comparison also with people who mourn. There are different ways in which one can mourn. Some cultures want mourning to be very, very quiet. One just behaves quietly, and some cultures allow or want or expect people who mourn to utter loud cries or these wails, or I'm sure you are not understanding my English, but these kind of very, very loud expressions of sorrow. What I mean is that interpretation of language is also, or language interpretation is also a liminal space, to use the same words that Anna and Martina were using. It's an in-between space, and it is a tunnel, it is a transition, understanding the other or just pretending or deciding or treating the other as having said something or not. And if I can just add one sentence or two in relation to Annu and the idea that we usually take life as arising from death, or the life, whatever is living is arising from whatever is dying. That's the metaphysics or the usual way of understanding. I think it's amazing, amazing, amazing to connect that idea with Hennessey's approach to rebirth, because yeah, that kind of rebirth that is not from death to life, but from life to a different type of life, this playing around those meanings. And I'm not trying to close my remark, but thank you for the question.
Yes, thank you so much. So we can extend just a few minutes if anyone wants to add something else.
Florence?
Yes.
I had a question. Well, first of all, I would have many questions for all of the panelists, because I think that this was such a beautiful collection of ideas, and that there was a lot of ideas that intersected. So with, I guess for this question, I'm going to Stella, Dr. Villarmea. So one of my side interests is propaganda and the study of propaganda. So stemming from Edward Bernays, who many don't know, but he was Sigmund Freud's nephew, and he's considered the godfather, grandfather of the field of public relations. And I'm very interested in, we see propaganda in a pejorative sense, but I'm interested in positive propaganda and the ways that we can use propaganda, including in language and art, to transform our world, because we are living in a world filled with propaganda. So we sort of have to possibly combat this negative propaganda with the positive one. So in Spain, there was this wonderful mattress ad, and I don't know if you saw it. It was in 2009. It was the Flex mattress. Did you see this advertisement? So for those who haven't seen it, you can get it on YouTube, and it's wonderful. It's like a 3-minute ad, and a woman is giving birth at home. It's a home birth, and she's, she has a beautiful birth with her husband and her child, and her midwife are all there. And they have some background music that's lovely, and she's making many sounds. And so I just am wondering, do you have thoughts on how positive propaganda could help transform the language of birth? Um, and this emphasis on the sounds of the woman in that advertisement, and also it's very much mother-centered, and it's from her subjectivity. So the ways in which we can use our culture and transform the language of birth through images, positive language. Just wanted to ask that.
Yeah, indeed, this is what we want to do now. I think we want to, through art or through analysis of biology or science, or via any other attempts to think birth and continue allowing better births and better lives. What we want to do now is this kind of positive propaganda. There's been a lot of critique going on about births that are not served or allowed to happen well. But we also feel it's time to do something more playful and persuasive and positive, because we can. This advertisement, so this was on TV in Spain. It's a national, an advertisement that could be seen nationally. And actually the grassroots or birth rights movement I vote for, Birth is Ours, was excited, very, very excited. Some of us were in touch with this big brand of mattress brand, just to find out how did they come to the idea and whether we could collaborate it. Then, as it always, or it very often happens, our energies do not last as long as our initiatives, and we didn't manage to continue. But it would be wonderful to have all the brands in the world that use this given positive propaganda or help us, and like them, so many others. The problem is that these other rhetorics need energies, and I don't know. It takes a village to raise a child, and it takes so many of us to just have a tiny new rhetoric going on. But yeah, could be done.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. And thanks to Anna for sharing this advertisement to the Flex mattress in the chat. So I think we will have to end this first session here. Thank you again to all the panelists. Thank you for your wonderful papers. And we have, if I'm not mistaken, a 5 minutes break. And we resume in 5 minutes with the exact same Zoom link for session 2.
Yes, thank you, Florence. That's correct.
Shall we applaud the launch of this amazing society with actually down to the core contributions and people? Thank you so much. Really, really take the applause for the video.
Thank you, Stella, and it was honored to start our conference with your paper. So we're very appreciative of everyone who was here. We'll take the break, and in the meantime, Tony on our staff, he will be all of the panelists. You will now be going back to attendee status, And then we will be adding the panelists for the next session. So please be patient with us. I'm assuming it won't take too long, but we'll see. So thanks a lot. And yeah, go have some coffee, take a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
So Dr. Lois Lee is from the University of Kent, and she is going to be the moderator of this session. She's also presenting the first paper. So Lois, do you want to give like a very short bio and then jump into your paper? And then after that, just go through the next presenters.
Okay, fine. So I can see everybody, but I'll share my slides. I'll say a few words just briefly that it's really wonderful to be here and to be already listening and learning from all of the papers that we've had today. And, you know, a great privilege to have been able to suggest the first title or the title of the first symposium for the Society. And it was really exciting seeing all your papers come in, reviewing those together. So yeah, really enjoying the presentations so far and looking forward to days to come. It is a multidisciplinary event, and we're going to have quite a mixed disciplinary discussion now, but moving us into some different disciplinary areas. So I'm going to begin speaking from a sociological perspective. Let me just jump into my slides. Brilliant. So, and let me keep an eye on time, because what I don't want to do, I've been scheduled first and I want to hear from all the other panelists. I don't want to run over. Okay, so I'm going to talk about birth and creativity and existential meaning making, ethics and culture. I'm a sociologist. I'm senior lecturer in secular studies at the University of Kent, and I've been working with Lucy Clark at the University of Kent in this paper, coming from a sociological, anthropological, ethnographic perspective. So the title of this symposium, Natality, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Birth as Existential Experience, that focus on the existential arises in my thinking from my work with that concept of existentiality. So that's a term that I've coined in my work. And so the presentation today is very much through thinking around existentiality to natality, and thinking about natality as then opening my mind to kind of understanding the material I've been looking at in relation to existential meaning making. And hence, I feel like a kid in a candy store, as they say, to hear all these different perspectives and really enrich my understanding of natality today, and I'm sure over the coming days. So by existentiality, I just mean conceptions of life or existence. That's how I define it. And I elaborate that those conceptions are not narrowly conceived in ideas and philosophies, but may include that form of manifestation, but is also about how we conceptualize what life is in ritual and practice, in our ethics, aesthetics, and in the diverse relationships, how we pattern those relationships, how we experience those relationships, and so on, in relation to these, how we interpret what life is. And there's already been some really interesting examples of the forms those can take through the earlier panel. It's similar for those that are following this set of discussions around sort of replacing or expanding conversations about religion to take in this broader category of worldview that Anne Taves in California has been developing. There's lots of resonances between her approach and mine. So thinking about existential cultures, for example, existential traditions is for me a way of thinking about religious traditions and spiritual traditions, but then broadening that to think about what was mentioned in the last session around humanist approaches and other non-traditional approaches to conceiving of what life is, and how those then become traditions that are passed on between people and over time. So the idea of the existential, sorry, lots of text here because I'm a sociologist and I don't tend to read from a deep text, but I wanted to remember where I was. So you don't need to read that, I will talk you through. So the focus on the existential arises from my work with non-religious people and or people who are non-theistic, which aren't always the same thing, and looking at how they build their sense of the sources of meaning, existential meaning in their life, how existentiality shapes their experience, their taste, their relationship. And in those contexts, birth features in diverse ways, which I'm going to get to. So natality theories have been helping me draw attention to and highlight and interpret and understand the things that I was hearing about the role of having children in the lives of the people we've been interviewing across a few different research projects, in fact. And there's a picture on the side there from one of those research projects by within a research program. We funded lots of different public engagement, they were described as projects, and this was work by photographer Aubrey Wade, who worked with atheists and agnostics around the world. And in this image, it's a mother and a daughter sitting beside a tree that for them is very symbolic of the birth of the daughter. So for me, kind of helps capture that sense of connection that natality highlights, that sense of relationship. We cannot be born alone. Whether we can die alone is different matter, but we certainly can't be born alone. Different sets of understandings around that, and the way it centers relationship and a particular set of meanings around that. So what I'm going to do today is draw on some interview data from a new article that I'm writing with Lucy Clark that's using natality to understand birth as a form of existential experience that's drawn on in the formation of people's existential identities. And I'm going to focus on the data. We've heard some very illuminating and fascinating theory. I'm going to focus in this presentation much more on our interview participants' voices. And I'll be really interested to hear your thoughts on those and the ways that we might interpret those self-understandings. So just to give a brief context to where those data come from, they're part of, they were gathered as part of the Explaining Atheism research program, which I ran a few years ago, and which funded lots of different research projects, but included core research. These are more of Aubrey's lovely photographs of atheists from around the world. But the data I'm focusing on today come from the countries that we focused on in our core research, which is Brazil, China, Denmark, Japan, the UK and the US. We surveyed 1,000 people in each country. And what I'm going to talk about today is data from the in-depth interviews. So we interviewed 30 people in each country. And those were from different regions, generally kind of various in terms of their demographic characteristics and so on. If you have any questions about that, I'll tell you more about it. But for time, as I said, I want to hear their voices. Is there anything helpful to say? They are evenly split for gender, which is important. But as you'll see, they have different ages. Yeah, if you have any questions or you think there's any demographic characteristics that are fundamental for understanding these experiences, that would be really interesting to know about too. So what we did in those interviews were explore beliefs about the existence of God. The project was about atheism, people's religious backgrounds and non-religious backgrounds, their religious and non-religious identities, questions around morality, attitudes towards religion in society and in their own lives. We explored diverse existential values and we looked at sources of meaning and purpose. And most of the data I'm going to discuss today arise from a pretty general set of questions about purpose and meaning. Do you feel you have a purpose in life? What do you, if you, as it phrased, I haven't put it in the slides, if you were reflecting on your life, what would make you think you'd led a meaningful life? So sources of meaning. And so, yeah, in these data, we weren't particularly interested in birth, but birth arises in different ways. So there are two key dimensions there. There's the theme of having children, which is a phrase I've become increasingly interested in as we look at the data. The kind of dual sense of having children. I have children and I've had them, I've given birth to them. And there's a very different relationship to the sense of children being born that's drawn into this sense of having children for different participants. And then on the other side, this kind of sense of the existential condition of having been born, which, as has been anticipated and reflected on earlier, is not well covered in the literature. This is true in sociology as it is in philosophy and other areas. So the sense that being a being who has been born as being meaningful, existentially meaningful, is neither here nor there in most of the sociological discussion of meaning, religion, different areas that I draw on. But also in both of these themes, there's a great deal of ambivalence. Give some examples of that. And it's also been really interesting to look at the data set across these different countries. So we've got conversations from 6 different countries, as I mentioned, and there's some sense of commonality that runs across those settings, but there's some senses of cultural difference and contingencies. And I find that quite interesting, thinking about cultural contingency as we come together as a group across from different parts of the world, and working in different parts of the world, and working with people in different parts of the world, whether that's something that's helpfully emerges from a kind of interdisciplinary discussion of birth. So having children then is established as normative in most settings, but people experience that sense that having children is a norm, is good in different ways. They resist and reject it in some ways. There's also, as you'll notice, no particular bias towards women talking about birth, but there is a difference in the ways it's talked about. So in particular, there's an engagement with birth that's quite gendered, but there's also, even more than birth in some ways, it's narratives of caring for children that seem to be different according to different gender positions and norms. So got some voices now. Having children as existentially significant. So here you get a sense that there are certain ways of thinking that are cross-culturally meaningful. So from Denmark, the greatest meaning of my life, a woman, 28-year-old woman, the greatest meaning of my life right now is taking care of my son and making a good life for him, giving him good values. So that sense of care being important in having children. A woman from China, 39 years old. Well, first of all, asked about meaning. First of all, giving birth to my child is of the greatest meaning to me because it can make me reach another phase of my lifetime. Giving birth to my child and raising him is very meaningful. And from Brazil, a man, 42, says, asked about meaning, this directs us to common sense, always common sense. Go write a book, have children, and plant a tree. So you have this sense of there being a kind of normative existential value in having children, but we already get a sense here that the way men and women sometimes talk about these, it can be different. And in this case, that kind of sense of the caring role is much less present in this particular quote from the Brazilian man. But the same, this sense that this is a very prior thought when people are asked about meaning is there. So this is very common that participants say that they are in some way changed by having children. So this is a woman from Japan. It changed, my sense of meaning changed after I gave birth to my child. After all, I grew up being taught by my mother where to go to school, what number to aim within, where to get a prize. I was the eldest daughter, so she put a lot of effort into raising me, and that was pretty much everything. After I gave birth to my child, I realized that humans are different after all, thinking there of the discussion of humanism early on, but this is that lived experience. After I gave birth to my child, I realized that humans are different after all. I thought that it was wonderful just to be alive. Or a British female, 81 years old. I think having children made me a different person. Also, I found interesting in the data that many people anticipate that having children will change them existentially, which I think indicates that there are these norms. There's this kind of constant tension I find in going through these data and thinking about what people are saying, where, as we're talking about, the idea of birth and having children isn't kind of recognized in philosophy and other disciplines, and yet it has this normative status at the same time. So there's a sort of tension there that I'm trying to work my way through or work out in some way. So a 48-year-old man from Japan, I don't have children right now, but if I have children in the future, that would be a very meaningful thing. A woman, 29-year-old Japanese woman, well, that is, I don't have this yet, but leaving descendants, if I had children, the connection with my children would be the biggest source of meaning, the biggest factor. Or a 31-year-old man from the US, if I had kids, I'll definitely have a purpose. The purpose will come into being as soon as I have a kid who's relying on me to survive. That'll be a purpose. Beyond that, there's things of value which he goes into. So this is the most valuable thing, though he doesn't yet have it. And thinking about those cross-cultural contingencies, I've noticed in reviewing the data that this almost reflexive answer to questions about meaning, which is about raising kids, is very common and takes the same form in the US data in particular. So it's a sentiment you find across all of these countries, but in the US, it's the straight reflex, often 1 or 2 lines saying the same thing. Although interestingly here, these are all quotes from people within the same age range. So I'm going to go back to noticing that. I want to go back to the data and see if there's something about different cohorts as well. But America, this is being asked about meaning. I was divorced, but we're raising kids. This is a straight response about meaning. Probably first and foremost family. Like I've helped a family come about, kids. When I look back, I'll reflect on my family, my children, how they're doing. And then I've said E2C because that's sort of immediate one line that comes back. It just goes across several interviews in the US in a way that feels slightly distinctive. So this research is asking people about meaning and so on. So we're getting at people's self-understandings of existential meaning making. And so their interpretations of why having children might be significant, take different forms. So there's a sense of continuity of the self. There's this kind of secular concern, this worldly concern that's not about anything very transcendent, but it's about caring for my children in the here and now. And then commonly there's an idea of legacy, and then that takes different forms, the genetic and the cultural. So a couple of examples there. Here we get a continuity of self and a sense of legacy. So a Danish man, but having 5 children, here's 3 and then 2. I think that's very meaningful in life, that you reproduce yourself and you pass things on. And then, yeah, so we have this sort of 2 ways in which legacy is experienced as both cultural, about passing on values, about passing on attitudes, about passing on culture, and a genetic way of conceiving what's being passed on. So the idea that your genes are being reproduced. So here's some examples of genetic legacy. I put these data together without knowing any demographics, and so we've been working on the demographics latterly, and these 2 examples, it's quite extraordinary, they're both the same age. So again, it's raising questions about cultural change. But so a British man, 76, I brought up a family and provided for them and continued the species, so that there are other people around to carry on. An American man of the same age, I'd say my purpose in life is to secure, well, it's basically the underlying survival of the gene pool. And in lots of these quotes, actually, there's this almost slightly generalized humanism, where there's a sort of sense of legacy or a sort of ethical responsibility to pass on genes, but it's conceived of as a human-wide objective, rather than it being necessarily my genes that are being passed on. So some people even say they can defer that issue of legacy to other people. No worries, there's plenty of humans that will be passed on. So there's different ways in which this fairly humanist way of thinking is manifesting. But others, as I said, kind of emphasize cultural legacy. So this is a Japanese man, also in his 70s. What really matters is my family. Do I mean my children or giving birth to children? No, it shouldn't only be about this. I have to hand down my thoughts to my children. Of course, it's up to my children how to digest them, how to change them, but I have to tell them what I think. It's a parent's duty. So it's about the kind of content, the values, the ideas that he passes on. And there are many interviewees who reject these ideas. So the American man, I mean, I guess biologically we're just supposed to procreate and that's it. But as far as my purpose, well, I was put here to do is really up to me to decide. So the kind of sense of this logic, a sense of genetic legacy being required of people, but also resisted. I've got a few more examples there, but I've only got a couple of minutes left. So what I want to do is just get onto the last 2 sections. One is about this issue of resistance, and that comes through quite clearly. So this sense that having children isn't innately meaningful, which is often described by participants in opposition to a sense that having children is what must make life meaningful. So a man from the UK, I probably would have said something like, a source of meaning would be get a decent job, be happy, have children, get married, whatever. But that's more fulfilling for yourself rather than meaningful. And there's some more overt statements of child-free meaning making. which again I'm going to skip through for because what I want to do is think about this as well, which is this issue of having been born, which I think is really interesting and even much less recognised than the way in which having children can be a source of existential meaning. So I found it really interesting to see this theme in people's self-understandings of meaning. So different themes here. One is a sense of it being a miracle to have been born, and that there's a set of ethical imperatives that follow from that. So this is a 54-year-old man from Brazil. I think that once I came here, once I was born, it's a privilege to have been born if we consider how many millions of sperm were there. I'm not sure about this translation, disputing that ovum. I think there was not a correct translation there. And assuming that each one of them would give rise to a different person. So to have been born is to win the lottery. Once I came here, I think my obligation is to try to do the best, to do good. A Danish man, well, you were born to be here, and that's a big thing in itself, that you have that opportunity, I think. Or a woman from Japan, I live because I was born. So there's a sense of imperative that people have around birth. For some, it's a bit more arbitrary. We don't ask to be born. When we're here and we can try and make all sorts of explanations of why we're here and what we're doing. So there's definitely nothing to be essentialized in this sense of being born. For some, the sense of being born and having children is entwined. This woman from Japan says, what's her source of meaning? My child. I think I was born for my child. And again, being born is ambivalent. And this is the last quote I'll share. So a man from Brazil who says, if today I could decide between being born and not being born, I might prefer not to be born, even though I've had a very good life. I've never had any major problems in my life. I've never had any misfortune. I've never had a shock. I've always been, let's say, honoured by the so-called luck. I've never had a family problem. I've never had money problems. But if I could decide between being born and not being born, I think I would rather not be born. So, yeah. I'm not doing much in the way of theorizing, but sort of sharing these voices and inviting us to think about these very everyday ways of thinking about being born that aren't being initiated. In fact, some of the force of this research comes from the fact that we weren't asking about these themes at all. That means obviously there's so much more to learn about how birth is being understood as an existential experience and being experienced existentially. But it also shows how important they are in people's self-understanding. So I think adding force to that sense that birth ought to be on the radar across disciplines. And I'll end there. And invite, oh, it's a wonderful panel. I get to go back into listening mode now. Wonderful. So first we're going to hear from Chine McDonald, who is director of the think tank Theos and author of the wonderful book God Is Not a White Man, and who has a new book on motherhood, which is out very soon, I think, and which I'm hoping we might get a bit of a window in today. So Chine, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lois. Thank you for that. I'll put my stopwatch on. I'm director of the think tank Theos, and it's been really great to work with Lois on various things over the past 3 years since I've been a director there. My latest book, Unmaking Mary, Shattering the Myth of Perfect Motherhood, came out last month, actually, the 13th of March. So it's been out in the world for a couple of weeks. But what I want to speak about, let me see if I can. What have I done? Have I stopped sharing? Well, not. Look at the next one here. Hopefully you can see this. Here we go.
We see it now. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be talking about Black motherhood through the lens of the Black Madonna, and this is kind of one of the chapters that I explore in the book, and I've made a kind of recent BBC radio documentary about. So in this time, I want to introduce you to representations of motherhood that have, for most of history, been channeled through white depictions of the ideal mother, and show you how the concept of a Black Madonna, rather than the ultimate symbol of white motherhood, the Virgin Mary in the West, presents an alternative and often unseen vision of pregnancy and birthing. Now, I am coming at this conversation from the intersection between theology, gender, and race. I'm not an academic. I'm a kind of journalist, all-rounder, communicator, and lead a research think tank that is also just starting a big piece of research on motherhood. And in that space, I believe that the institution of motherhood and the ideal of motherhood, this kind of ideal standard of motherhood, is most vividly displayed in the ways in which Mary, the mother of Jesus, the most famous mother of all, has been constructed throughout Western art and history and culture and theology over the centuries. And in Mary, we can see the dominant ideals of motherhood that have been projected onto her and which shape our ideas about the maternal. But most of my motherhood feels far from the many paintings of Mary we see in European galleries. A serene, quiet, doting, caring mother, a woman with not a hair out of place, eyes fixed on her child, her skin is always porcelain white. And this white image of Mary has become the standard for mothers and the ideal for all women. So in researching the book, I noted how almost all secular writers on the maternal experience at some point touch on Mary as the archetype of motherhood. The ideas about what it is to be a woman and a mother that infuse our societies have been shaped by what art historian Catherine McCormack describes as an avalanche of Christian devotional images of the Virgin Mary that define mothering as something sacrosanct, monumental, self-sacrificing, subservient, and desexualized. And here are some of these images that you might be familiar with if you were to visit European art galleries today. And in that description that Catherine McCormack gives, we see elements of the presentation of Black motherhood. So self-sacrificing and subservient. And we see this most vividly played out in the mammy myth of Black womanhood and motherhood, which I'll speak about shortly. But we also see ideas we do not see played out in symbolic representations of Black motherhood. The Black mother is the opposite of sacrosanct in Western culture and the opposite of desexualized. In the Jezebel or Sapphire trope of Black motherhood, we see hypersexualized and unholy women. We see this also in the focus on Black enslaved women's reproductive abilities during the period of slavery. Black women often faced sexual assault, rape, and abuse by their slave owners, and were frequently pregnant. Slavery depended on Black women supplying future slaves, and so they were, of course, encouraged to reproduce. The Jim Crow Museum states that slavers may have offered a new pig for each child born to an enslaved family. They may have bought a new dress for a new enslaved mother, as long as her child survived childbirth. Or maybe they were offered no work on Saturdays for those women who had more than 6 children. Young Black girls often had to have sex as anticipatory socialization for their soon-to-be adult status as breeders. There were magazines and periodicals that explained optimal conditions for enslaved women to reproduce. As one ex-slave said, women wasn't nothing but cattle. So it's into these negative perceptions of Black motherhood within a context in which white motherhood is perceived as the ideal that we see the Black Madonna enter the scene. Now, no one quite knows what exactly a Black Madonna is. There are a couple of examples here in these images, but the term is given to any image, statue, or painting in which Mary and Jesus are depicted with dark skin. Academics dispute whether they are actually Black, as in deliberately designed to depict a woman of colour, or whether this blackness is symbolic of some other idea that has nothing to do with race, or indeed whether the blackness of the images and sculptures has any significance at all, whether they're just the colour of the wood. Whatever they are, there are thought to be at least 450 in Europe, with the majority of those found in France. Now, at various times and places, blackness has been associated with strangeness and death and evil. But at other times, the colour black has been associated with soil and fertility, and therefore new life, natality. Black Madonnas have long been popular figures in feminist and goddess spiritualities, and some of the greatest Black female activists have found themselves at the feet of Black Madonnas. The late Bell Hooks spoke about the freedom she found in the Black Madonna. Now, when I became a mother, I realised that I didn't conform to the image of motherhood I had in my head. For Black women in the UK, this reality is soon faced up to when one goes through maternity services, where Black women's bodies have been brutalised and stereotyped, and where Black women are more likely to die in childbirth than white women. Though artistic representations of motherhood and Mary have most often been white, the sheer fact is that Mary was a brown-skinned woman, a Palestinian Jewish woman. So there is something for me that is powerful in reclaiming her in the form of the Black or brown-skinned Madonna, especially for Black women who have long felt excluded. The Black Madonna is a profound place of safety and welcome. Black Madonnas are surprising and intriguing because they don't fit in with the dominant image that we have of motherhood, in particular white motherhood, in our heads. And their non-conformity makes them also a useful lens through which to look at ways of mothering that also don't fit the archetype. Adoptive mothers, single mothers, older mothers, LGBTQI mothers. And for me, the Black Madonna's power is in her literal blackness, yes, but also in her association with the wretched mothers of the earth. In the 16th century, Our Lady of Guadalupe is believed to have visited the marginalized and oppressed native people of Mexico as one who was compassionately aware of their vulnerability. When I stand in front of Black Madonnas, as I did with these two Black Madonnas in France when I was making a documentary for the BBC, I connected with the experiences that have been integral to Black motherhood. Feelings of solidarity, of care, of safety, and of fierce protectiveness. Black motherhood, however, is a concept within Black communities that is not only confined to people who have given birth. The mothering of Black women extends to the mothering that is done by all women, friends and sisters and aunties and mothers and grandmothers. And this is an idea that's central to womanism, which is a feminist intellectual framework championed by Black feminists, which places anti-racism at its heart. And the term womanist originates from Alice Walker's 1983 essay collection in Search of Our Mother's Garden, Womanist Prose. And Dolores Williams describes the nature and role of mothering within this framework. And she writes, "For the womanist, mothering and nurturing are vitally important. Walker's womanist reality begins with mothers relating to their children and is characterized by Black women, not necessarily bearers of children, nurturing great numbers of Black people in the liberation struggle." And she's thinking there of people such as Harriet Tubman. I really valued how Jennifer Banks, in her book Natality, which I'm sure many of us have read, explored how author Toni Morrison framed her creativity and philosophy around her idea of natality within this womanist tradition. For her, we need to nurture ourselves and our creativity and others, but we are not distinct from the communities, often communities of women, that Black women have been nurtured by. In her book Tar Baby, she describes later the tar as the quality of women she had been nurtured by. The ability to hold something together that otherwise would fall apart. She talked about their ancient properties, their abilities to be both a ship and a safe harbour, to be daughters and mothers, accommodating women and independent women, women with a home life and women with careers, as Jennifer Banks writes. And this for me is what is beautiful about the Black Madonna, the texture that is so often lost in the one-dimensional presentation of motherhood we find in the mystique and the intrigue and the variety of Black motherhood, Black Madonnas. And so too the Black Madonna's alignment with all people, all who are marginalised, whether they are mothers or not. And in so doing, the Black Madonna challenges the perfect and restrictive ideal of motherhood that's presented to us in the myth of Mary. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the mammy myth. In April last year, Kamala Harris had an awkward encounter on Drew Barrymore's show. Given the terrible state of the world, Drew Barrymore asked Kamala whether she could be the nation's momala, and she took her hands in hers and she looked kind of pleadingly in her eyes. Now, for many who understand the 500 years of history of misogynoir and strained relationships between white women and black women, the scene felt all too familiar. Black motherhood is sometimes expected to hold the weight of the world, to be responsible not just for one's own physical children, but for others' children, as well as be a comfort and support to all white people who need them. Now, this is best characterised in the symbol of the mammy figure. Now, we will all recognise her. She's often depicted as a curvy black woman, often middle-aged, wearing an apron and speaking with a southern drawl. And she is often employed, well, she's always employed by a white family. She is there for the children's every physical and emotional need. She is there for the parents' every physical and emotional need. She is fiercely loyal and has no thoughts for her own welfare. She's utterly devoted to their service. But this mammy is not the great protector of her own family. She's a martyr who lays down her life for white families. Black mothers don't have to have given birth to be pigeonholed into the mammy stereotype. The Momala incident on Drew Barrymore's show was reminiscent of a similar happening more than 25 years before that. In 1998, John Gray, author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, was a guest on Oprah Winfrey's hit show and took relationship questions from the audience. A writer recalls what happened next after these questions. In response to an audience member's distress, he instructed Miss Winfrey, one of the world's most powerful women in the television industry, to give the woman a hug. He went on to say, "Oprah's going to be your mommy. She's the mother of America. That's why she didn't have time for her own kids. She's taking care of all the other lost children." Now, examples of this racist stereotype in films and literature include Aunt Chloe in Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, in Hattie McDaniel's character in Gone with the Wind that's pictured here, who's literally named just Mammy, no other name, the ever-present help to Scarlett O'Hara. And in Gone with the Wind, there's no mention of Mammy's own children, whether they are dead or alive. What's particularly fascinating to note about the Mammy figures is that she never actually existed. Mammies never actually existed, because you would have been very unlikely to find older, curvy, enslaved women as house slaves. These were much more likely to be light-skinned teenage girls. Enslaved people lived in such brutal conditions that they were very unlikely to reach middle-aged anyway, nor could they have been fat. And white families clearly preferred to have light-skinned enslaved women rather than what they perceived as ugly, dark-skinned women in their homes. And this myth, the mammy myth, led artist Andy Warhol to include a pop art image of a mammy in his 1981 Myth series, alongside characters such as Mickey Mouse, Father Christmas, and Superman. Now, right from the moment they conceive, black mothers continue to face significant disparities. In the UK and in the US, they are much more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women. They're more likely to experience life-threatening conditions like preeclampsia and blood clots and postpartum hemorrhage. and pregnancy-related complications such as preterm birth and low birth weight. Black women are also more likely to face poor maternal health outcomes during pregnancy and birth. The burden of issues Black mothers face is exacerbated by the stereotyping, unconscious bias, and racism they experience within the healthcare system. Sandra Igwe, who founded an organisation called the Motherhood Group, which explores Black maternal health, said, "Many Black women feel unseen, unheard, and misunderstood by medical professionals. Black women also disproportionately experience stressors like the weight of systemic racism. All of this compounds the already overwhelming transition to motherhood." Now, I am still mentally recovering from my own horrific experience giving birth the first time round. I felt violated and brutalised, like no one was listening to me. I felt like I didn't have a voice, like I didn't exist. Now, a study of birth trauma released in May 2024 showed that one of the things that makes giving birth in the UK so difficult for all women, and especially Black women, was the feeling that their concerns were not being listened to. For many women, the labour ward is a profoundly unloving place. It's a place that doesn't live up to the sepia-tinged images of giving birth to our children we've come to believe are the norm. Now, when I visited Our Lady of Miracles in Orléans in France, at the Black Madonna that was pictured earlier, I watched how Black woman after Black woman came to pray at her feet. They chose her and that place rather than the white representations of motherhood they saw in the big cathedral just a few steps away. Maybe they felt drawn to her because the Blessed Virgin is a woman who understands what it is to be a woman in a broken world. But maybe, more than that, it was the Black Madonna's blackness, along with her womanhood, that made them feel safe in her presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chine. That was wonderful. And let me extend thanks to you and Sarah and others that are joining from slightly less hospitable time zones. So we're getting into the evening here, but I'm so glad you're with us and to start pushing us into questions about, I guess, maybe exploitation of birth and motherhood, how that integrates with these really liberatory aspects as well. Really fascinating. And now we're going to sort of engage with that theme from a different perspective from Tayla, Shanaye from the Californian Institute of Integral Studies, who's going to talk about disruption, reclamation and delight, a Black mother's childbirth as liberatory transpersonal consciousness. So over to you, Tayla.
Hi, everyone. I'm really grateful to be here. I'm Tayla Shanaye. I use she and they pronouns. I'm a mother of two. I'm a somatic coach and educator, as well as an adjunct lecturer for the California Institute of Integral Studies and a facilitator for the Nature Connection School, Weaving Earth. I identify as biculturally Black and queer. And today I'm presenting my doctoral research that I completed last year. That's still giving me lots of life with that very long and exciting title, Disruption, Reclamation, and Delight. And I just want to name before I actually dive into this that my second birth experience happened tomorrow 2 years ago. And so I'm actually like in the kind of portal place of celebrating my birthing day of my second child tomorrow. And so, yeah, just wanting to be in the honoring of the cyclical nature of that and the sensitivity that it's bringing to me, as I'm in the recognition that today was the last day that I will ever be pregnant. That happened, and that's 2 years ago. So the anniversary of my last day as a pregnant body. So thanks for letting me name that. I'll go ahead and get my slide up here. So today I'm presenting my research, which is the study, a study in the examination of childbirth as a site of culture creation. And I explore the theory that natural childbirth is an expanded state of consciousness and suggest that in a supportive setting, a birthing person may experience forms of personal transformation that result in healing from white supremacist ideologies, patriarchal ideologies, and anthropocentric ideologies. So to do this, the research first presents a kind of understanding of the context of childbirth and the development of childbirth as we experience it as a cultural practice here in the United States currently. I then engage in a theoretical comparative analysis of the existing literature to position childbirth as an expanded state of consciousness. Through my research, I develop a qualitative research methodology, which I call critical organic autoethnography, which is a synthesis of critical autoethnography and the feminist transpersonal approach of organic inquiry. And I utilize this hybridized methodology to analyze my first childbirth experience as a bicultural Black person birthing into a white rural setting in northern Michigan to illustrate the theory and demonstrate the transformative potential of childbirth. I explore the birthing state of consciousness and reveal themes that are emergent, and my research utilizes multiple approaches in order to highlight the complexly intersectional realities inherent in the biological act of giving birth. I anchor this in my first childbirth experience, which went on for 41 weeks and 4 days. And then I went into labor for the first time, and I labored for approximately 40 hours total. I had a late emergency transfer from my home to the hospital after 32 hours. My child was actually born in the hospital, though I had the intention of birthing them at home. But during that birth experience, I entered what I named as an intensely altered state of consciousness in which I heard voices, had visions, experienced profound alterations, and transmuted existing perceptions of myself. And in the multiple shifts in my consciousness, they were vivid and all-consuming, transpersonal and transformative. And I came to face to face with really unseen realms and unshakable, humbling forces of nature. And in coming through that experience, I felt that childbirth was pretty psychedelic, and I wanted to understand more about that reality. Excuse me. I have the room until 3.
Oh, okay. You said it wasn't received.
Oh yeah, I have it until 3. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I'm in a public space. So just coming back to kind of what was named there, right? We are experiencing this just in the last presentation, right? We're backgrounded by the maternal health care crisis and really trying to understand how we are experiencing this really racially stratified maternal mortality and morbidity and its direct impacts on how people choose to give birth and those outcomes. And really understanding the ways that that impacts people, not just in mortality, but also in morbidity with the mental health crisis. And in 2002, Joanne Goldberg was able to link adverse medical birth experiences with postpartum depression. In 2004, Cheryl Titano-Beck was able to link routine medical birth with experiences of postpartum PTSD. And so in an effort to resacralize childbirth as a practice of culture production, my research was really guided by a handful of questions, like, can natural childbirth be considered an expanded state of consciousnness? And if so, what are some of the key aspects of that? And how does our cultural context impact that experience, and what transformation is possible? So I take a really winding, long approach to my research. I first and foremost uplift some of this context, really looking at how we've gotten to the current medical design and model and practice and cultural practice. I look at midwifery as a Black women's tradition and the emergence of obstetrics as a branch of white supremacy and patriarchy. I uplift the home birth and natural birth movement anchored here in the United States in the 1960s, and the way that technological influences and the biomedical natural divide influence that. I explore how people conceive of spirituality within hospitals and inside the birth and inside the home, as well as the way that trauma and postpartum PTSD show up and the way that trauma has influenced the larger culture here in the United States. From there, I try to develop the theory that childbirth is an expanded, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, an expanded state of consciousness. So to do this, I used a theoretical comparative analysis process with the expanded state of consciousness elicited through entheogens, which is a robust field of research currently in its renaissance, to argue that birthing people may enter what would be considered an expanded state of consciousness during natural childbirth. And then I highlight parallels found in the existing transpersonal research of childbirth to position childbirth as a relevant and unique psychospiritual state worthy of our attention. And I chose entheogens specifically because both experiences are immediate and time-bound. Both the natural childbirth movement and the psychedelics renaissance, as we experience them or can reflect on them here, have modern roots in the counterculture of the 1960s, but are actually ancient indigenous traditions in which a shaman and or a midwife knew how to guide people into the spiritual dance between the worlds. And that those practitioners, the shaman and the midwife, have historically experienced state-sanctioned violence and eradication from Black and Indigenous communities and the larger community as a whole under the guise of medicalization and professionalism. And through that, I then am able to kind of highlight the parallels found. And I am able to highlight that through entheogens and through the childbirth experience, there are changes in time, space, and perception that can lead to thematic transpersonal experiences of deeper connections with nature, the divine, and expanded sense of self. I then develop a critical autoethnography that uses my personal experience to highlight how I may have had this direct experience and this direct connection with these different transformative themes. So I'll just highlight a handful of the findings through my own experience of some of these transformative themes that emerged through the mechanisms of changes in time, space, and perception in my consciousness during childbirth. So the first is a deepened sense of connection with the divine through the access to various presences that provided guidance, instruction, and encouragement throughout the birth process, with the two main sub-themes that supported this being a change in perception, where I had the involuntary auditory guidance and reflection from an unknown and unseeable presence. I also experienced changes in perception and space, where I was involuntarily visualizing and feeling transported into liminal locations in different places that other than where my body actually was. I felt a deeper sense of connection to nature. This came through a sense of belonging with others, both human and more than human, that give birth on a regular basis as an aspect of life on this particular planet. So that came through a change in perception and in space, where I had involuntary visualizations of various animals giving birth, wild animals giving birth. I also had changes in perception in space with the involuntary visualization and feeling transported to places of major earth events, such as earthquakes, volcanoes, and hurricanes erupting, feeling as though that was happening also through me, the same life force moving through me. And then through that, an expanded sense of self became evident through these experiences of that connection with the divine and nature. And these connections revealed a transformed sense of self through a change in perception, which was the immediate and undeniable sense of interconnection and belonging with all life, producing elements and participants on this planet, as well as a change in perception through the redefinition of what kinship might be, not only with the child I was birthing, but through those more than human lives and that sense of interconnection with all. And because I was transferred to the hospital, I also had a direct interaction with some of the transformative themes that were emergent through what Robbie Davis Floyd calls the technocratic model, and what I was underscoring as some of the cultural practices of medicalized birth, with the first being the influence of the white male gaze. As I was transferred to the hospital, I went from an attending midwife and my partner to a white delivering doctor, older delivering doctor, and the presence of this white male obstetric doctor and undeniably influenced my awareness and inverted the ways I had engaged with the transpersonal realms, including a change in perception and time, where I had the dual awareness as a patient in the hospital, as well as that force of nature that was needing to now be controlled via the white male gaze. I had a change again in the perception of time, feeling the influence of the sense of external control over my birth experience, and influencing my resolve to give birth with the introduction of a clock between my legs. And I also had a change in perception in time, where I actually was at some points feeling as though I had disappeared into what I've been calling the void, or a no place between life and death. And then the final theme that presented itself as part of the influence on this transpersonal space in interlocking with the medical system was the role of fear. And a fear actually appeared in the birthing space once I was shifted into the hospital. And that impact on my consciousness was a change of perception in time, and that the energetic of the support team that I was engaging with, a change in time with the ability to remain control of my birthing body with multiple checks and timelines before I would be taken into surgery, and a change in space, again, entering that void or the bardo and the lingering and a no place between birth and death. So in alignment with the organic inquiry process, transformation of the research participants, and the reader audience is key function to this kind of organic inquiry research, and therefore the only true marking of validity, according to Jennifer Clement's study, has transformative validity when it succeeds in affecting the individual reader through identification with and change of her or his prevailing story, probably in areas of spirit, self, and service. So I shared 3 examples in this research of the integrative practices that I would categorize under this organic inquiry umbrella of transformative change. Transformation of spirit has manifested through an ongoing commitment to ancestral healing practices, specifically with my Black lineages and the departed, through the ritual unforgetting of familial Black dead. I have also experienced the transformative change towards service, which has manifested through a commitment to Donna Haraway's notion of odd kid making, and the remembering of myself as an ecological being to the more than human world, and dedicated multi-species reproductive justice. And transformative change in the category of self has manifested through a personal commitment to a more empowered and embodied sexuality, and embracing the creative impulse inherent in my femininity and femaleness. And each of these bucks the systemic dominance that seeks to forget the Black dead, dislocate humans from the embeddedness in nature, especially through the privileging of that what Davis Floyd calls the technocratic approach to birth, and the demonization and sterilization of the maternal, of sexuality, both which serve to reinforce patriarchal definitions of feminine on the female body, and kind of going back into that kind of idea of the white Madonna. So in the end, the autoethnographic account of my first childbirth experience highlights how childbirth consciousness deepened my connection with the divine nature and expanded sense of self, all of which influenced my beliefs and behaviors to support a felt sense of healing from the white supremacist, patriarchal, and anthropocentric belief systems that I was birthing inside of. The presented findings open the door for further research into the role of profound healing as an aspect of personal and potentially social liberation for systemic dominance. And like more well-studied expanded states of consciousness, childbirth catalyzed transformative change above and beyond the transition into motherhood. These transformative changes are multiple, complex, and interwoven with the lived experience of spirituality, nature, and self. This account, alongside with the existing literature and theoretical analysis, positions childbirth as an extraordinary state of consciousness, with significant implications for creating, maintaining, or transmuting cultural norms by empowering those who birth to act in accordance with their sense of autonomy and power. Finally, the research exemplifies how set and setting of a childbirth experience directly influences the birthing person's ability to access mystical awareness, and can thus support or impede healing experiences. By leveraging my first childbirth experience as a bicultural Black mother in the United States, this dissertation synthesizes the impact of racialized reproduction and the experience of childbirth consciousness to communicate the nuanced and complex reality of modern childbearing. I have attempted to speak to the spiritual, cultural, social, personal realities that in many ways collide during childbirth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tayla. That was fascinating and really interesting intersections with Janine's paper. If just to It was a slightly disembodied experience, this webinar format, which, as I was saying in the break, that I'm not used to. So for those of you that are out there, do feel free to send comments and questions anytime, so we can be collecting those up. So you might have responses too. I know there's lots of questions and comments that to invite responses to that are coming to my mind hearing these papers. So do feel you can go to that Q&A bar and do that. That was wonderful. And now we're going to go to Sarah, who again is exploring related themes from a different perspective. So I think again they'll invite interesting connections and contrast with her project. So Sarah Harvey is based at Inform at King's College London, and she's going to talk about natural, here with some scare quotes or quote marks. I don't need to they need to be scary. Natural birth practices as sources of meaning. Thanks, Sarah. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Lois. I'm just going to try and share my screen, which has not always been going well for me lately. So I hope
it's going well
to work. Yeah, now I just need to do the slideshow, don't I?
Yeah.
Just to say while I'm getting this up that I put the scare quotes on because there's so many different contested meanings of the natural in childbirth, and also I don't think it's as organized a movement as it perhaps is in the States, the way in which Tayla was describing just now. So that's why the scare quotes are there, but it's not really scary, obviously. So just to say a little bit about me, my day job is I work for a charity that provides information on new and minority religions. So I write a lot about religious movements, about gender, health, and issues of abuse within them. I haven't published anything on natural childbirth. This is from my doctoral dissertation, which seems to be a bit of a theme of the event. I completed my PhD in 2018, so it's quite old information now. It was quite nice to go back and look at it for this conference that we're at today. So I'd just like to start with this quote. I won't read it out because you can read it yourselves. This was just before I started my PhD fieldwork. I did my fieldwork over 2012, 2013, so this was coming up to the end of 2011. And it was a piece on BBC Breakfast News here in the UK, where they were discussing elective caesarean, and Virginia was an independent midwife giving her perspective, and Pauline was the elective caesarean advocate giving her opinion. And I was just really struck by Virginia's quote at the end there, that birth is ideological, and the themes that she brought up in this interview really kind of encapsulated the things that I wanted to investigate in my research. So I was really interested in women who self-identified as interested in natural birth, who took this ideological approach to birth. And influenced by my background in religious studies, I really wanted to know why some women took this approach to birth, what they meant by the term natural, and then perhaps most importantly, how they worked to achieve this. So my questions were around, why do some women become involved in natural birth groups, and what does the natural mean in this context? And then what do they do during their pregnancies to prepare for a natural birth? And why do they say that they need to learn and practice natural birth? And the questions driving this fieldwork really came out of what I saw as a lack in some of the sociology of childbirth literature, which seemed to either focus on structural factors over agency and lived experience, or perhaps dismissed natural birth as something unattainable and as setting women up for failure. So I think there are a number of areas in which religious studies literature can add to this debate around natural childbirth. Firstly, I looked at the development of natural birth in conjunction with what's been termed the wider holistic milieu, in the olden days was perhaps called the New Age, and shared ideas of the self, the body, and people's place in the world, such as ideas around natural birth as part of a move towards living lightly on the earth, and connected to this, claims of sacred earth, sacred birth. I also focused on participation in natural birth groups as a search for meaning making beyond the religious secular divide, in a specific embodied situation in which existing boundaries and categories of the self, the body, and expectations of pain, amongst other things, are challenged. And an interest that I had in lived religion and ritual theory led me to focus on practices as constitutive of meaning and not simply reflecting ideas. So I considered the practices taught in private antenatal courses and the practice of these at home as ritualizations, that is, as acts with special significance, which comment on the world as it ought to be rather than as it is, and which enact an opposition to another, so thus also making them about identity formation. These are some of the books that I was looking at and which my research participants were also recommending to me. For my fieldwork, I did participant observation and narrative interviews with a focus on practices. The observation was of 4 different antenatal courses: hypnobirthing, NCT, active birth, and antenatal yoga, as well as various social events. And I also conducted interviews with 43 women, either pregnant women, women who had given birth in the last 2 years, or midwives and antenatal teachers. And of course, there was interaction and blurred categories between these groups as well. So the women I interviewed had invested time, money, emotions, and more in achieving a particular type of birth, one which was outside of the mainstream medical context. They were all preparing for an ideal birth which had common elements, although they might be stressed to different extents. This included a birth that was as pain relief free as possible, not induced, and in a calm and relaxed birthing environment, amongst other things. In much of the public discourse around birth, a dichotomy is portrayed between a medical model of birth on the one hand and what is variously termed a midwifery, a holistic, a natural, or a normal model of birth on the other. And the history of the natural model is portrayed as a story of increasing medicalization, a story of the exclusion of midwives and control of birthing women by the male medical profession, as we've heard in some of the other talks today. One of the key figures in the development of natural birth was a male doctor, however. In 1933, Grantley Dick Reed first published his book, Natural Childbirth, in which he outlined what he called the fear, tension, pain syndrome. He argued that the only reason there was pain in childbirth was because civilized women were conditioned to fear birth, which caused tension in their bodies and hence a real experience of pain. He also had a religious argument to this, but I won't go into that here. His book was republished in the 1940s as Childbirth Without Fear, and in 1956, the National Childbirth Trust was founded based on his teachings. And this is now the UK's largest parenting charity and is a significant consumer group being consulted by government and healthcare professionals in policy making. But it's seen as, by some, such as those involved in hypnobirthing, as moving away from Dick Reed's original teachings and as focusing only on information provision. Hypnobirthing, on the other hand, was developed by Marie Mongan in America in the 1980s and is portrayed as a recapturing of the ideas of Grantley Dick Reed. It seeks to eradicate fear of birth through a positive birthing philosophy and through a set of skills which claim to reduce pain through helping the woman stay calm and focused and allowing natural birthing instincts to take over. As well as teaching self-hypnosis for relaxation, visualization, and massage, it advocates changing the medical language of birth and refusing to listen to the negative birth stories of friends or in the media. Hypnobirthing and other natural birth groups also draw on radical feminism and the women's health movement of the 1970s, which claimed that the medical profession was part of the patriarchal system, which sought to control and oppress women by regulating their bodies and by reconstructing natural processes as health problems which needed surveillance and treatment. So these kind of movements focus on reclaiming the birth experience for women, often from the medical profession. And they're based on assumptions around birth has the potential to be empowering and the female body has the natural ability to give birth. And these kind of ideas really resonated in some of my interviews. And you can see a couple of quotes there that really encapsulate those kind of ideas. So in the examples above, I considered the natural as a sacred form, as a normative and a non-negotiable reality which confers authority and legitimates practices. In these kind of ideas, connections are made between the natural, healthy, tradition, and moral evaluation of good, including such ideas as being in tune with and trusting the body, following instinct, and connecting with other women across time and space. But what I also found was that motivating factors and lived experience are always more complex than being driven by these simple moral dichotomies, such as the distinction between the natural and the medical. Women participated in natural birth groups because of a combination of ideological, practical, social, and almost accidental factors, such as coming across a book or a class by accident and then becoming progressively socialized into that natural birth milieu. Even decisions around home birthing, which is a representation of the ideal, were governed by practical factors as much as ideological, such as one woman who wanted to avoid a long trip to hospital in the snow. So I came to describe the ideal birth as one with particular qualities associated with the natural, but also the perception that these qualities have been chosen, both in the run-up to birth and during the event. And it is the fact that they are chosen that makes the qualities a moral force. So whilst the ideal birth has the potential for failure built in and is not necessarily prescriptive around the natural, it does create a moral framework in which certain practices make sense and create meaning. The ideal exists as a goal to be worked towards, and attempt to attain it constitutes what I termed the work of birth, although I'm not claiming that I coined that term. Obviously it's been used a lot, but I used it particularly in my thesis to consider ideas around planning, preparation, and practice for birth. And the work of birth is a working on the self, which encompasses at least 3 interconnected areas. This is physical work, such as various forms of exercise, diet, and learning breathing techniques and upright positions for labour. Participation in an antenatal exercise class is not simply about getting fit, but is about embodying natural birth through training the body in a certain way. So it's the exercises and diet of pregnancy and the positions and alternative pain techniques used in labour which actualise the ideal natural birth. And one of the key symbols of this is being active in labour and taking upright positions for birth, which is seen as both natural and traditional, in the sense that this is what women have done throughout the ages. And there's a quote there from Janet Velasquez, who was the founder of the active birth method, who writes that we can regain a link with our primitive female heritage by re-educating our bodies in the habits, movements, and postures which are instinctive to the childbearing women. I also considered emotional work in this, such as through fear release and relaxation exercises and repeating positive affirmations, all of which are central to hypnobirthing. And some women also spoke of attending counselling sessions in order to deal with problematic issues in their first births or in their antenatal history, such as miscarriage, whilst others spoke of having to resolve issues with other members of their families. And a few spoke of more religious or spiritual practices to deal with these issues, such as shamanic journeying, again making parallels with the holistic milieu. And then third, there is the area of mental or cognitive work, which includes reading, participating in discussion groups online, writing a birth plan, and above all through research, which is emphasised time and time again in the women's narratives. And many of the women, and this is in line with intensive parenting more generally, approach the pregnancy and birth as something of a research project. They take upon themselves the responsibility to analyse the latest scientific evidence of a particular vein, such as neuroscience theories which support attachment parenting practices in order to make their decisions and arguments. And the research project, including the birth plan, can be seen as a means of trying to retain control. And there's some interesting things going on here with regard to positive and negative evaluations of control, with control over the birth environment being the goal, combined with relinquishing control to the body and its processes. But obviously I don't have time to go into that very much here. So whilst I've broken the practices down into components for analysis, the women themselves often spoke of the importance of practice in general, and I think they mean 2 things by this. One, that the practices must be regularly engaged with. Repetition is important in preparing body and mind through inscribing the ideal birth on the body. And 2, that practice provides meaning as a concept in and of itself. That is, whatever the chosen practice is, the importance lies in that the woman has spent time selecting her practices and that she is actively working to prepare herself for birth. And this is kind of emphasized in Kim's statement here, where she says you work hard and you prepare in your pregnancy physically and mentally to have the birth that you want. So, sorry, I've skipped ahead. Okay. So I use ritualization theory to think about these practices. Ritualization is about the subjunctive mode, the world of oughts, assertions of difference, and strategic ways of acting that give the act a special or privileged status that communicates the message, this has extra significance. And the practices of natural birth are a working out and a working towards the ideal birth as a statement of difference towards the mainstream medical model. So the women who practice, who I spoke with, are investing more in their births than the imagined constructed other who does nothing to prepare. And it is practice that sets them apart as different. So I think that through performing their practices, including talking about them with friends online or to me as the interviewer, the women were doing 2 different but related things. First, the concept of practice protects the ideal birth. If the woman feels that she has put in enough work encompassing all 3 areas described and that her work has been respected by others, such as recognition paid to her birth plan, she is more likely to interpret her birth experience positively, regardless of whether all the elements of the ideal birth were achieved. And there's a quote from Stephanie there, which really emphasizes that towards the second half of the quote there. She says, if I go into birth thinking I sort of half-heartedly did it, it will be my own fault. Whereas I thought, if I give it everything I've got, then c'est la vie. However it happens, it's supposed to happen, and I can't then berate myself afterwards for not putting in enough effort. So the work of birth seems to protect both the ideal and the women from feelings of failure. They've done everything they can to have their nicer birth, and they have demonstrated this through their work and practice. For many of the women I interviewed who had more than 1 child, this protection meant that failure to have a natural birth did not entail failure of the ideal. It was also worked towards in subsequent births. And none of the women I interviewed rejected the natural model as the ideal, although the nature of the self-selecting sample must be kept in mind here. So the work of birth, the repeated practices, provided meaning to the women in their pregnancies and births. Secondly, practice contributes to their construction as responsible mothers, and that is in scare quotes. The performance of the practices is about the performance of a particular subjectivity, that of the good and responsible mother. Through their performance, the women are making a moral statement, a different kind of moral argument here, not about how to birth exactly, but about taking responsibility for the birth. So in the negotiation of the ideal and the practical, which was the focus of my research, there is more going on than just planning for a birth. The negotiation is part of a quest for meaning making and a moral project of the self, as well as a commentary on the need to take responsibility of both their bodies and their health in general, and for actively contributing to the best possible birth outcome and the baby's best start in life. The planning and practice which goes into the work of birth is about trying to balance public moral meanings with one's own individual experience and situation. And there's also importance in the construction and telling of the birth story. The ethical reflections this entails are going on all the time in the positive birth groups and hypnobirthing coffee mornings that some of the women attended, as well as the comments that the women make on social media pages. And a sense of community and of sharing knowledge about the birth is important to many of the women, not only for the practical support network, but because it demonstrates to others a particular form of birth and hence a particular form of mother. The work of birth is the beginning of the woman's identity as a mother, and it can set the course for parenting practice. Many of the women I interviewed, for instance, had gone on to practice different elements of attachment parenting. And there's a quote there from Vicky, which kind of really summarizes what was implicit in many of my interviews, that they want to go down that different route. So just some conclusions here. by analysing the women's practices and the narration of them through a religious studies lens, which is sensitive to meaning making, I hope to shed light or to show why some women want a natural birth, why they invest resources in specific forms of antenatal education, and why they think it necessary to plan and practice for a natural birth, even if they know this is not always going to be achieved. I think that the women should not be considered as engaged in an individualist pursuit of the birth I want, or of making moral statements about their superiority for embodying the responsibility of birth. Or rather, they are doing this, but this is only part of the picture. In making a balance between the public moralized and generalized discourse and their own individual and practical situations, they can also be considered as in a pursuit of meaning and making ethical decisions through relationships in the moment of pregnancy and birth. And this balance is made through planning and practice, and it is this itself and the interpretation of this in relation to the specific form which birth takes in the end, whether they have felt in control and that their planning and practice has not been wasted, which provides meaning. Hence, they seek to share or perform these practices with others, not simply to be moralizing, but because they provide them with significant meaning, not only in the embodied event of pregnancy and birth, but also beyond this. And I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. I had an exciting time being kicked out of the meeting and then rejoining. So I missed a little bit in the middle, but I've had the pleasure of reading your work before, so I've joined some of the dots. But what it does mean is some of the questions that were in the Q&A aren't visible to me. So there was one for Chine and Tayla that's disappeared. I think that was from Magdalena, so you'd like to put that back in. I've got a couple of questions though straight away. The first is for you, Sarah. The first that's visible to me. So there's definitely a question before that that's gone. I'm sorry about that. I don't have enough understanding of technology to know why that's happened. So the question for you, Sarah, is about emphasizing the slide on all the different courses that you were reflecting, about whether you see any cultural differences in the natural childbirth movement. So between cultures, this is from, Florence Pasche-Guignard, who is then referencing, for example, UK, France, USA, but perhaps you know of any others. Other contexts in the West particularly, and she's thinking there about the influence of Christianity in the first place, whether there's a sense of Christianity in opposition to the biomedical systems, and the second place in relation to ideas of the sacred, or use of discourses around spirituality, shamanic elements, ritualization, and so on. She's asking about whether the same strategies and languages in different settings or in different literatures. And there's some more there to the question, but I'll pass that over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to read that in full at some point. It's a very detailed question, but in general, I only focused on the UK context, so I can't really speak to other geographical locations. Obviously, some of the texts I put up there and some of the ideas have come from other countries. So Laboya from France, and obviously the hypnobirthing program is very American, but it's been used here in the UK, and I think it's taught the same way around the world. I think it kind of has a franchise element whereby people run the course, but according to quite strict regulations as to how it was established in America. I'm sure that there is something around Christianity and the biomedical context going on there. I was particularly interested in the UK context, for instance, in which is probably the same in America, I would think, around kind of narratives around paganism and natural healers, natural midwives, kind of as the basis for natural birth in history, and that being kind of controlled and regulated through biomedical, the biomedical industry. So I don't think that's a very good answer, but I think to say that I focus only on the UK context, and there's probably comparisons with other Western countries like the USA that can easily be made.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, and I think Florence is drawing connections with her work with Frederick Leboyer, who regularly visited India, and the reception of his book Birth Without Violence in those contexts. So I want to draw everyone into the conversation, but we will hopefully get there. Magdalena, I don't have a surname there. Thank you for repeating your question. So that's for Chine and Tayla. She wanted to know what advice, or they wanted to know what advice you have for Black women giving birth in westernized birth settings. I think there was a sense of whether there's a way of regaining control. I recall the word control from the first iteration of the question in the different contexts you describe. Shall I go to Chine first and then Tayla?
Sure. One thing that I didn't have time to mention was my first birth experience was horrific and my second was not. And that is because I intentionally went into that approaching it like I would approach anything in a work context or in a speaking context or whatever it is, which is to arm myself and prepare myself for what was happening and to put myself in the best possible situation that I could. You know, all the things I could control. I think there was something about my first experience, having not experienced it before, that I found extremely infantilizing when I was in the space, that I hadn't been prepared for and I hadn't anticipated. Although one thing I didn't say was that in the hospital that I gave birth in, a Black woman had died giving birth about 3 months before. So that was also all in my head. I just felt like I needed to be still and just not put a foot wrong, not say anything wrong, make myself small, and also use the fact that I had a white husband to be a voice. Now, I did not want that to happen the second time round. So did a lot of research into which hospital to give birth in the first place. So me and my husband poured through the kind of the CQC scores, which are the kind of health assessment scores of the hospital. We looked out for what they said on their own website about Black maternal health in particular. And this hospital, in fact, had a monthly Zoom call with Black women who are going to be giving birth with a Black midwife in the months leading up to when you would give birth, where we would discuss kind of all of the things associated with it. So there are practical things that I think that I, in some way, kind of wrestle back control in order to be in a better frame of mind in that situation, going into the situation second time round. Now, I had a much better experience second time round, and maybe that helped. But obviously it wasn't all me. But Tayla.
Yeah, thank you. I'll say my excuse me, my second child's birth was my redemption song. I went from 40 hours in the first time and a transfer to the hospital to 4 hours in the tub in my bedroom. Like, oh, what a miracle it was to feel totally redeemed. So just in the echoing of that. And there's this part of me of like, yes, we have to kind of be willing to look at what we're birthing into and be in the layers of recognition of like, yeah, how is birth practiced? What are the considerations for me as a person that into the spaces that I'm walking into? And also, how do I want this to go? And actually remembering that we have agency and choice, which is an intergenerational healing process, actually, to be fully invested in our own agency and in our own choice in a way that kind of centers our wholeness. And then I think that on the flip side of that, I really want to not have to I don't want to have to force Black women to keep themselves safe anymore. And I want to be in a position to really interrogate why is it that Black women are at such high risk, and that it is not inherent in their Blackness, but actually it is inherent in giving birth inside of white supremacist systems that use obstetric violence to control people. And so I just also want to flip that back in the way of not putting the labor of surviving our childbirth practices solely on the people who are birthing and who are getting and turned inside out because they're making people, which is its own spiritual recovery process. And so just also wanting to be in the advising of how do we actually change the systems, and who benefits most from those systems are the people that need to change them.
Thank you. And thank you to the panelists who are repeating some of the lost questions from when I disappeared. I'm grateful. I haven't been reading all of the compliments and commendations that have appeared in the chat, but I'll share with the wider group that they are there and reiterate their thanks for all of the talks. So from Annu, there was a question for Tayla, who wanted you to expand a little bit more, and I'd be really interested in this as well, about the idea of consciousness in your research. They've also asked, can you explain what you said about the relationship around temporality, around how you experience time changing during the birth process? They're wondering if you're saying that the experience of time changed or time itself changed. So some further reflections on those slightly sorry, and there's that final bit. Do you think that the opening up of experience and consciousness during birth is something that anyone could in theory experience, or is there something specific about your lived experience? I think this goes to some of the kind of questions that we've just had around Sarah's work and in my work around the kind of cultural contingency of some of these experiences as well. How situated are they in people's very particular lives, or how wide might they resonate? Tayla.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. So my kind of like daily life is in the work of somatics and kind of trauma resolution, and so I hold kind of like an embodied philosophy and organization around consciousness, which I think is really like the ways in which our nature and our context set up monuments inside of our psychologies, and the engagement of how we remember and forget ourselves, our sense of self, in relationship to what is outside of us and what is inside of us, or emergent through our center. So really thinking about the monuments constructed inside and through and around our souls, and that context, internalized context, influences how we perceive reality, and then how trauma informs how we perceive that reality as well. So there's this collective layer, this contextual layer of how we engage and perceive self and other in reality, and then the emergent layer that is rooted in our body and in our existence as bodies. And so by consciousness, I'm really thinking about like the internal structure as well as the external structures that kind of define our livingness. And yeah, this question around time, and kind of debriefing my birth experience with my midwife and with my spouse, there was a collective feeling that time did change, that we went into kind of a kairos time, this feeling of things actually moving at the felt sense of different, feeling as though there was a collective kind of irrelevance of time, that things were just moving at their own clip, that the ways in which we were tracking were not rooted in kind of a sense of chronology, but in a sense of a spiral. And so there was this like collective feeling of that, but also my personal perception of time was altered, where there were moments in which I was acutely present in the here and now in my living room or wherever it was. And then I was in other places and in other moments. I was in historical moments. I was in different timelines. Like my consciousness, my awareness of my existence was rooted in some other timeline in history. And so it felt very much a both and, from kind of like the reflections that everybody on my birthing team offered me. That time felt like it was just moving in a different speed. There was this kind of cyclical nature to it. There was this sense of the spiral. And then my perception of it really being altered, in that I was in different timelines in a very real and kind of visceral felt sense way. And then kind of coming to this question of, is opening up for this experience of consciousness during birth something that anyone in theory can experience? That feels like a really juicy dissertation or book. But based on my research throughout the literature, right, there are these themes that have been emergent in all different kinds of contexts and different research. Some of the quotes that I kind of pulled across the literature, that was, you know, in my labor with my daughter as I was standing in the face of God. Somebody else says, you know, it's the universe right through your body. And at that moment, that's what I felt. Somebody else said that my vision focused on a distant vista as drifting into the space of a passing cloud, a darting bird, a pine bough as it shimmied in the wind. While somebody else said I went to a dark place like a vault where a man in a suit appeared before me. I asked him if he was my dead father or my grandfather or an angel or God, and he replied no. I asked him if he was a part of me, and he replied no. I came through the contraction and sort of back into normal consciousness, and then the next contraction came. I found myself in some black space, and I called out for him and he came. I questioned him a few more times as to what he was doing there, and eventually said, I'm here to help you birth this baby. So there is evidence in the research that it is not just me that has had this experience of these profound kind of alterations in perception of time, space, and reality. And that there is something here about what happens to us when birth happens through us.
Thank you, Tayla. Okay, there's one compliment which is so beautifully phrased. I'll share from Stella Villarmea. Says she found depth and authenticity in all she heard from the speakers, which is beautifully put. I agree. But she asks, given much of what was described, whether the group of speakers find it surprising that the term obstetric violence isn't mentioned. I don't know if anyone wants to speak to that, or if we leave that. Does that inspire anyone to think about particular conceptions of, I guess that the key term there is violence, and whether that's helpful in understanding any of those experiences or not? Or maybe let that sit.
I would say that it kind of links to something that I was just wanting to come in on after Tayla just spoke there so beautifully, that about words and language, and what we mean by these words. So I have never heard that idea of obstetric violence. I think Tayla said it at the end of just a couple of minutes ago. But in some ways I can remember a particular moment, the moment of the speculum in my first moment, where I just felt like that it was violent, and I did feel violated as well. But it linked to what I wanted to say, which was about the previous question, can anyone experience these senses of kind of time shifting? I do wonder whether everyone might experience it, but not everyone might have the language to put around it. So the descriptions and the quotes that Tayla just gave, they are some really beautiful descriptions, some really profound ways of describing things. And what we're finding in the kind of beginnings of our research at Theos into motherhood as a kind of existential and political moment is, you know, in some of the pilot interviews, people are saying, I've never thought about, no one's ever asked me about this. I don't know how to put it into words. I have never put it into words. And it reminded me of this this research that was done by Wendy Holloway into first-time mothers who are pregnant in Tower Hamlets, which is a very kind of deprived area of East London, and it's called Weird Beyond Words. And basically she describes some of the ways that they describe being both one and two, or and they describe it in different ways. So, but they're probably experiencing the same things, but it's the language that might be different in how we kind of portray the feelings that we're having.
Thanks, Chine. And Stella wanted to underscore that it wasn't merely violence, but in its relationship with that. But your response, I think, spoke to that very specifically. She also asked about, so it was a question, I've got a question from Anna, sorry, that's been reposted by Stella from for Sarah. Well, it might resonate with the other speakers as well, which is about whether you feel that the telling of one's birth story is an integral part of birth as a rite of passage. I love the way you speak about the experience of birth as being the beginning of this formation of your identity and experience as a mother. But is the telling of the story specifically kind of a key part of that? Anna says, is it's the shared verbal testimony after birth that's taken place key to that full realization of a birth experience and that becoming?
Yeah, absolutely. You've encapsulated it perfectly there, because that's kind of what I was investigating. And I would say that it plays a very particular role within natural birth communities, particularly within the hypnobirthing groups. So as well as attending the hypnobirth sessions, there was also social events and coffee mornings in which women who'd previously done the course were encouraged to come along and tell their birth stories. So that was very much central to it, this kind of repetition of positive stories, I have to say. It was interesting when Tayla and Chine were talking about their first births being difficult and traumatic, and the second births being more of a kind of redemption from that. That is common across practically all of my interviews. It's and also my own personal experience as well, that the first birth often does not go to plan, is problematic, or is just completely unexpected. And then the second birth or third births are working towards that ideal that can be achieved. So yeah, that the sharing of the birth story is really central, definitely.
Great. I'm trying to keep up. I think I've got one more, but can I, and we're going to round up in a couple of minutes. I wanted to ask, the first thought came listening to your presentation, Sarah, but it would be relevant, I think, to everyone, which is about, well, it's self-serving in the sense that I'm interested in how men, people identify as male, are engaging with birth as an existential transformation, an existential experience. And Chine, your talk, and Tayla, the idea of the male gaze as well, thinks about gender in a particular way. And Chine, discussing the role of Mary makes me think about the figure of the father, and I wonder if that's something you're engaging with in your book and your thinking as well, and the way in which there's ways of thinking about the father that are kind of reliant on, I use the word exploitative in some way, of certain figures of the mother that come to mind. But there's definitely a thread of that in the research we're doing, where men don't have to labour in all senses in order to have the existential experience of birth, but they're able to benefit from it. And as I said, we don't see, it's not that only women are saying birth is existentially significant. That's not what's happening. But experiences of care as being part of that significant relationship of mothering are significantly bound up with female testimonies. That's, I can't generalize because that's the qualitative research, but there's definitely something there. And so, yeah, I just wanted to bring the male figure into that, and whether you feel like, well, so the connection with your book, Sarah, with your presentation, Sarah, was about these books written by men about birthing, how extraordinary that is, and how women are navigating that. So they sort of almost guru status of some of these men in these movements, and whether that's being navigated as a gender dimension. So just wanted to bring the male gender in a more expansive way, and any of you can respond to any of that in any way that you think might be interesting. Shall I select? Well, I don't know if anyone wants to say anything about male and masculine and gender.
I'll go first. I'll be quick. Yeah, I think those kind of original natural birth books from, like, even from the 30s, so Grantley Dick Read was from the 30s, there was a period where they were male written, but I think like from probably the 60s, 70s onwards, it's been very much women led. And I have to say that I did not interview any men for my project. I was focusing only on women. And one interesting part of my thesis, I think, is that around the communities of care that women created around pregnancy and birth. And Chine, I think you've written or touched on this as well, about those kind of communities of care with birthing women, antenatal teachers, independent midwives, doulas, kind of those communities coming together. And I have to say, I didn't investigate the role of men in those communities, but that is something to look at in the future, I think.
I could go on and on about this. So, and I do kind of talk about elements of this in my book. But I think maybe what I'll say is thinking about Mary. Now Mary's the father of Jesus is, it's a complicated issue. But let's talk about Joseph and the representation of Joseph as almost he's kind of often represented as useless, like a kind of, it doesn't really matter. He's a kind of side story until the Reformation, where he suddenly becomes like this archetype of the father alongside the wife who is in the home, kind of that's all happens. But I think from my husband's perspective, I think what I would say his experience of both times, in particular the first time, was a sense of uselessness. And I saw this most vividly 4 years later when I was ready to get pregnant again. And we were in my 36-week midwife appointment, and he came along to that. And the midwife just looked at him and said, "How was it for you?" And he burst into tears. No one had ever asked him how it was for him. And he remembers saying, just watching and feeling useless, and the stereotypes and the archetypes of how men are supposed to be in that kind of Western society, even to today, are that you are useful, and that you can fix things, and that you can provide. So I think all of that is happening for men who are alongside women who are giving birth. Lots of complicated things, but yeah, that's my thoughts.
And I'll tag on there briefly. I think it's a brilliant question, and I think it kind of comes back to like the role of integration, right? And so for my framing of like childbirth as an expanded state of consciousness, if we look at the use of expanded states for transformation and healing, the intentional use of entheogens, let's say, there is the rite of passage process of preparing, having the expanded state, and actually doing the hard work of integrating. And I think we've kind of lost the plot on that it's like, I have to integrate this new tidy person into my family, when actually the ask is we have to integrate the experience into the timeline and into the narrative of who we are. And that is a collective process that is emergent from, first and foremost, the birthing person's experience, and then everybody that is impacted by that and was supporting that and was in the process with it. My integration experience in my second birth with my partner, who I had five women and my spouse in the space, and his whole job was to fill the tub, and he had to do it with 5-gallon buckets, and he did the whole labor. It was just done just in time for me to get in it. As where in my first labor, he was like trying to hold me up and trying to make food and trying to feed himself and trying to take a nap and trying to walk our dog and and so I think that there's this way that we learned so much in that process, that as we integrated it and got into the storytelling process and really made ritualized that we are integrating not just this new little person, but who we are on the other side and what we learned about ourselves, that actually supported how we might want to do it differently next time, but also who we are in the world and how we move forward in the world, that we are not just parents now, but we are parents with all of these new learnings and all of these new access points. So kind of coming back to that idea of the storytelling, I think it is integral to actually birth being transformative versus just reproductive. Instead of just reproducing the kind of chasms and narratives of division, if we get to be inside of storytelling, it actually gets to be culturally productive, culturally transformative and healing, where we're actually getting to create something together versus just reproducing the systems that we're all inside of.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for all speaking to that in such interesting ways. I've unearthed the last question, but I'm conscious that we've got another panel in 10 minutes and that people might need a moment to refresh. I just want to share it. So there's a theme we come back to. So it was from Hennessey, who wanted to ask Tayla about visualization in particular and ways in which artwork and material culture arose. I'm sorry to have not got to it, Anna, but I think everyone might need a pause before we come into the next session. I don't want to compromise that session, but I think that theme of visualization and imagery, which was beautifully expressed in all the presentations, including those very different images of those books that Sarah showed, which was just so different imagery altogether, different visual languages, I'm sure is a theme we'll come back to. So I'll thank everyone on the panel. It was really enjoyable and edifying. So I think we leave this room and come back in the same room, or I think you can stay and you'll have different statuses bestowed on you, etc. And we resume in 10 minutes. It's 8:15 our time. I've lost track of what. In 10 minutes, whatever your time zone.
Thanks a lot, Lois. And so, yeah, so take a break. And in the meantime, we will be letting the new participants in as panelists. And for the panelists in this session, putting you back to as attendees. So take a break. And I think, Tony, you're going to be taking charge of the swaps with the panelists. Thank you, everyone. That was a beautiful session. All right, great. So Martina, do you want to take it over?
Yeah, so Rosemary, you're the third speaker this evening. So will we start? It's 15:15. We're right on the money. So welcome everybody. This is session 3, the last session of day 1. Amazing day we've been having. So the title for the session is Art, Hagiography, Healthcare and Motherhood in the Study of Natality. And we have 3 presentations rather than 4 this evening. Unfortunately, Dr. Jessica Spring-Wappa was unable to attend due to unforeseen emergency, but she promises to create a public YouTube video of her presentation as soon as she's able. So that will be, and we will let you know when that happens. So we have 3 presentations today, and the first up is Susan Hogan, and Susan is with the University of Derby, and the title of Susan's, hi Susan, the title of Susan's paper is Birth Shock, Thinking About the Arts in Healthcare Practice. So over to you, Susan. But we'll move on to Florence. So Florence is Florence Pasche-Guignard, and from the Université Laval.
Yeah.
So we'll move on to you, Rosemary. So Rosemary Garland-Thomson from Emory University, and the title of Rosemary's paper is Rough Natality. So over to you, Rosemary.
Thank you. Going to set my timer. Thank you. I'm delighted to be here and to be included in this really generative and capacious program. I'm sorry I've not been able to participate more fully. I'm coming to you from California. So there's always a timing challenge in this, as well as a geographical challenge. My name is Rosemary Garland-Thomson. I'm going to introduce myself to you. I'm a professor emerita now of literary studies and cultural studies, and more recently bioethics. So my home institution is Emory University, but because I have taken emerita status in order to live in California, which is where I'm joining you from, I'm not at my university anymore, but most of the work I've been doing recently is in the area of bioethics and also in a field I've contributed to, which we sometimes call disability studies or cultural disability studies, or more recently, disability bioethics. So this is the framework that I'm presenting my work, this recent work, which is in progress, and I'll tell you more about that. But it's important to know the analytical tools and the disciplinary perspectives that I bring to this work on natality, what I'm calling right now this project of rough natality that I'm going to be showing you. So this is part of some presentations and some publications that I've been doing, which bring out or try to call out and analyze what I'm calling a literature of welcome. That would be an imagistic iconography, if you will, drawn primarily from the Christian tradition, the rich Christian tradition and narrative tradition, imagistic narrative tradition, to find a ethics, as I said, of welcome for promoting natality and the acceptance not of only new life, but particularly new life that is given the label and the diagnosis of disability in the broadest sense. So that's the background of what I want to present to you today, and to emphasize again that this is work in progress. So I'll be sharing some of these images in hopes of getting some conversation from you. So let me go now to my next slide. Okay, I'm trying to move this forward, which should happen if I simply am able to touch the enter button. Is that right?
Yeah, you may want to try first clicking on the slides with the mouse, just once, and then if you've done that, yeah, you go.
Thank you. It's a
Now
very
it should
busy
work.
screen up here. I would encourage everyone to turn on captions in order to have multiple modes of audience participation in these presentations. So I'm going to start with some of the work that I have already done. I published a little and presented a lot on what I call sacred choreographies. By this, what I mean is representations, in this case, sculptural representations, that are part of a long tradition of public art. That is to say, art, in this case, sculpture, that is readily available to the public in public spaces. And so I'll begin with this work I've done on the figure, or what I call the sacred choreography of the Pietà. And so I'm showing on the left here the quite well-known Pietà of Michelangelo, which of course can be seen in the Vatican in Rome. And there are many, many iterations, of course, of this choreography, this entanglement of bodies, if you will, in cultural representation. This particular version of the Pietà, but all Pietàs, show the mother, who in the Christian tradition, of course, is the Mother Mary, embracing in various ways, various choreographies. You can look up Pietà and you can see many, many of these. I often show some, but I didn't have take the time today to show us many others. But we have the Pietà here of Michelangelo, which is a carving, of course, in marble. And we have the crucified, or the dying or dead Jesus, who is the son of Mary, of course, who is draped across the lap of the mother here. And I want to suggest that these sacred choreographies, as I'm calling them, are part of a tradition of representation, sacred representation, in the public consciousness. So they're known enough to generate versions of other sculptures that rely on the reference to the original sculpture or the original work of art. And I'm showing here a much more recent work. I think it's from 2007, which is 2009, I'm sorry, which is a sculpture called An Everyman Pietà by the Australian artist Sam Jinks. That's Jinks. And we have a recognizable reference to the previous, or to the source image, the source choreography or sacred choreography that is recognizable because of the what I call bodily choreography that's the same. So we have a change, the major change, of course, between the Sam Jinks Pietà and the Michelangelo Pietà is that the figure holding the dying or dead body is not the mother of Jesus, Mary, but rather it is an everyman dressed in a 21st century or 20th century costume. And it is, of course, a man here, not a woman, and holding on his lap in the same choreography, in the same position to achieve the illusion here, he is holding an older person, perhaps a parent, perhaps an older figure, perhaps an ancestor. And we're not even able to identify the gender of this figure on the lap of the everyman figure here in Jinx's Pietà. But there is a message here. There is a contemplation of care, a contemplation of the bioethics, maybe we want to say, of aging, of care, of what we owe one another. It's a generative choreography. It's a generative work of art that refers to a well-known other piece of art and takes the meaning of that art into a different time and a different conversation. And it's this work which I want to call the literature of welcome. And it involves, I want to suggest, allusions to natality, to birth and its corresponding concept, and that is mortality. Now, much, of course, of the literature of welcome, or the literature of the West, concerns itself with mortality. But I want to suggest that the generative potential of natality as a concept developed primarily through Hannah Arendt, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, gives us an opportunity to think about the meanings of natality, of birth, that might offset or at least create a complementary conversation about birth instead of a conversation about death. In other words, to think about natality in the way that Hannah Arendt has given it to us, that is to say, the capacity to begin anew, instead of mortality, which is one of the primary themes of much of Western art, especially sacred Christian art, that is part of the cultural consciousness of Western culture because of its long tradition. So I'm going to share some other images. Let me see. This is one Pietà, just to show you. I'll describe it a little bit. It's part of this long tradition. We have again here Mary, the mother, in a slightly different relationship of embrace from the Michelangelo Pietà, but still this is one of the many, many Pietàs that you can find in the entire Western tradition. I wanted to simply show that to you. A more recent Pietà, and I've done some of this work already, comes from 2018. It's Tylon Sawyer's Pietà, which takes, again, this choreography of embrace that is quite recognizable and redoes it to do another message, another choreography with a whole new set of meanings. So what we have here is a woman recognizably of African-American descent with the American flag behind her, holding on her lap a boy who is dressed, costumed is what I like to say, in the traditional hoodie costume of young African-American youth in America. And the mother here, the maternal figure, is not just an African American, but she's also draped in a kind of figure, a costume, which is a reference to the costume of Liberty, the Statue of Liberty in the American context. So this is, again, just one example of how this choreography of what I want to think of as natality, that is to say, someone who has been given life and given birth by the figure that we have embracing this other figure on her lap. And we have, again, a message that is created by the inflections and the allusions here to these, what I would want to call sacred choreographies of natality. Another image, just briefly, this is Marilyn Mark's photograph of a woman who is holding a young child with a significant disability in a rehabilitation pool. And this, of course, gives us the familiar choreography of the mother or the female figure holding the child on her in an embrace across her lap, but it is put in another context here, which I think is quite interesting, and that is the context of a pool of water, which brings in familiar representations, of course, of these sacred scenes of baptism, which are very common in the iconography of the Christian traditions of ritual and sacred choreographies and representations. This is another image that I like to show that's part of this choreography of what might be called embrace, or the choreography of welcome here. This is a different kind of scene. What we have here is the artist, Judith Scott, who is a woman born in the 20th century. She was a woman born with autism and Down syndrome, and she began rapping at a sheltered workshop in California by taking fiber and wrapping it around various items. And she continued to do this art, and her art is very well recognized. It's part of the tradition of what we think of as folk art, outsider art, self-taught artists. That's an important folk tradition worldwide, but certainly in the United States. And this is, I think, quite a beautiful choreography of embrace. It's a black and white photograph showing Judith Scott embracing one of the wrapped sculptures that she herself has created. So she is, in this sense, embracing the creation that is not the child of her body, but rather the sculptor that she has created with her own hands and body. So this is Judith Scott and her sculpture. And I want to focus on a sculpture that I discovered recently at the Smithsonian American Art Museum in Washington, D.C. And this is the sculpture that is part of this tradition of embrace, this tradition that I want to call the iconography of welcome, or the iconography of natality. I want to use all of these phrases to think about the cultural and ethical work that this kind of art can do, this kind of public art, and this is very important. So this is a sculpture made of wood. As I said, it's in the Smithsonian American Art Museum. It's called Birthing. It's done by an artist named Bessie Harvey. We have very little information about Bessie Harvey, except that she comes from the American South and that she has done this work in 1986. I have not done research with the curators at the Smithsonian American Art Museum, although I hope to do that on a research trip to Washington, D.C. As I said, I'm just beginning to take a look at this. But what I'm quite taken by is the choreography of embrace here, which is something of a stretch, if you will. And I'll describe this figure. It's made out of wood with feathers on the top of the figure. And there is a narrative that goes along with this. Bessie Harvey was the mother of 11 children. I don't have the wall text here with this, but I'll repeat a little bit about it. She was a mother of 11 children, and she wanted to do sculpture. She wanted to do artwork, but because she had a full-time job and 11 children to care for, she didn't get a chance to do this until all of these children were in school. So this is one of several pieces that have been collected at the Smithsonian American Art Museum. I'll describe it a little bit more. It's done from wood, and the wood is very rough. That's one reason I want to call this rough natality. I want to talk about what rough might mean in terms of both the description of the material here, that it's made from rough materials, that is unhoned kind of wood, but also rough in the sense of its unfinished quality, and rough in the sense of the psycho-emotional scene here that is being described. What we have is this figure with this rather almost animalistic kind of face. The arms are very foreshortened, so there's not much realism to this, but the very center of interest of this sculpture, the choreography, if you will, of the birthing mother here creates a center of interest that is the vagina. And I won't go too much further on this, but the center of interest in this sculpture, especially in the way it's displayed in the museum case, and I think this is quite important, is the vaginal area of this figure, which is giving birth to a very tiny little head that is coming out of the figure, the vaginal area of this. And the thing that I find most fascinating in terms of materials here is the feathers on the top of the head, the wood, the rough wood material that the sculpture itself is made from, and the fact that the whole vaginal area is encrusted with wood glitter. So the materials of this are traditional non-artistic materials. They're found materials such as wood, glitter, feathers, these kinds of materials that are characteristic of what we think of as self-taught artists or outsider art. And I want to think about what this says about the representation of natality in the Western tradition and how this may fit in, this particular Madonna, if you will, this particular sacred choreography of birth, how it might fit in to a long conversation in Western art that we may say begins with, say, the early Pietas and continues through the tradition of folk art or outsider art in the American tradition. And I want this to be in the interest of thinking about natality and thinking about an even more capacious built environment of welcome. And I just returned from Florence, where I spent some time in the foundling hospital, the Ospedale degli Innocenti, which is the foundling hospital in Florence that perhaps some of you are familiar with. And I wanted to look there at the foundling wheels or the grates or the windows that were used in all orphanages and foundling homes across Europe. And even today, there are an occasional foundling wheels, and I can talk a little bit more about this, which are places where unwanted children are accepted and cared for. And there's an architecture of foundlings. There's an architecture of this version of natality, of babies, children that are transferred and that are held in some way, much like the figure of the son or the figure of the child that is held on the lap of the mother in the pietas that I've showed you. I'd like to try to think about how these architectural features, these foundling wheels, hold and therefore create a built literature of welcome for babies and for the kind of new life that Hannah Arendt is talking about welcoming into the world in her theories of natality. So I'm going to stop here with this foundling wheel from Florence. And I would be happy to hear comments or to talk a little bit more about what direction this project might go and how it may fit into all of the work on natality that you collectively are doing. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. That was incredible. I thoroughly enjoyed every minute of that. So I'm just looking at the Q&A, and I see a wonderful question from Stella for Florence, and you have actually answered it in the Q&A, Florence. And I just wondered, would you like to talk more about it? And shall I read out the question and allow you to chat about it? Would that be okay with you? Or
yes,
reading
you
out
can do
the
that.
question would be helpful because somehow
Yeah.
I don't have
Sorry?
the chat here up on my screen.
I also don't think the attendees do see the questions. I'm not
No,
sure about that. So you
I
can
don't
read
think so.
both and I can answer briefly again.
Yes.
There's gone one.
So the question is from Stella, and it's for Florence, and it says, the scope of the metaphor of spiritual non-biological motherhood in these Hindu texts is fascinating. Given that Western tradition also uses the motherhood, mothering metaphor to describe all kind of situations, just think of the state of the nation, depending on the language, as mother, or the head of a Catholic convent as Mother Superior, for example, do you think they all, Hindus and so-called Western, part away at some point from the ideal of motherhood or mothering, or do you think the Hindu texts that you have studied offer a different entrance to motherhood than that of an ideal?
Yeah, so that's a very complex question, but we also find like metaphorical uses of motherhood in Hindu contexts and texts, like the notion that emerging in the late 20th century or 20th century, not before, the women as gurus, women as spiritual masters, systematically almost are called Maji, Amma. They're called mothers when the male spiritual masters rarely are called fathers, not like in Christianity. So this idea of notion of spiritual motherhood also puts women, some women in position of spiritual authority. We also find the metaphor of Bharat Mata emerging also very strongly in recent years. Of course, it's much older than that, but it has kind of re-emerged the notion of Mother India as a nation. So there are many metaphors, but motherhood is idealized for sure, but not in the same way and along the same lines as in the West or as in Christianity. And this is why we could go back to reading Sarah Ruddick with her three notions: protection and preservative love, fostering growth and nurture, and social acceptability and training. These three demands are universal, but the ways mothers have to respond to these demands, of course, are culturally contextual, because the demands for social acceptability are not the same. So I don't think I can give one answer, but for sure, it can help like bringing in a very careful and responsible comparison between the two contexts, and also inside the whole of Hindu traditions, one tradition will maybe not have the exact same notion. One thing that is different though is that there is no one figure like that of the Virgin Mary that we talked about a lot today. It's a system with different divinities, and many are mothers, but they don't have like a singular position in the same way that Mary can have in Christian traditions, especially Orthodoxy and Catholicism.
Fantastic. And there's actually a second question. I don't know if you saw it from Stella.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just read it out for everybody. So it is, I agree that Hindu texts reflect social realities. They are not pure myth or history. In fact, they do not only reflect but rule, regulate, prescribe social realities. So given this, how do you think their association of being born with not having achieved yet nirvana, but still being bound to samsara, hence the suffering of the being born, is influencing their way to think of motherhood and mothering? Wow.
Yeah, so that's a great question.
Fabulous.
So I agree, like especially those texts that I studied, the Varta, they are extremely prescriptive. So they give models of devotion for regular practitioners to follow, to be good devotees, good Vaishnava in that tradition, what they have to do, how they have to behave, and so on. So yeah, I completely agree with that. Now, what I presented gives kind of a very negative notion of being born. I don't think, though, that it influences negatively motherhood and mothering. Of course, there's a lot of motherhood as an institution, but at the same time, being reborn again is a chance to, this time in this life, perhaps achieving this relationship with God and moksha and liberation. And especially in those texts in the Vallabha tradition, the chance is that in this life, they will be initiated within the tradition. They will meet Vallabha, they will meet the master, they will receive the initiation and thus progress spiritually. So it's not all negative like the bhakti poetry. It's more like kind of telling the fetus, okay, think again, this time kind of don't mess it up, do it right, and you will achieve moksha.
Amazing, amazing. That's wonderful. So Stella's just exactly, Florence. So mothers are the means to improve.
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting something happening on my screen. Thank you so much, Florence. That was amazing. Absolutely wonderful. Stella for Rosemary, and it's she has put in a link that we can share with you, I hope. We'll try and figure out how to share that. And it's art by Ana Alvarez Ericalde. I'm sorry about the pronunciation. It's from her book Care, and that she, Stella recommends for you. She says that you might find it interesting. I don't know if you know it already, but that is in there for you as well. And I was
able to see that.
Oh, fantastic. Wonderful.
The chat, it's right in the middle of the screen on my laptop. So
okay, fantastic.
I will minimize it, but I got that.
It is wonderful. There's a question for you here, Rosemary, from Florence. Do you see any connection between the foundling wheel and the modern day baby box that is found in some countries to safely leave unwanted children? How does this architecture make a difference? Oh, that's a great question.
Thank you. I was going to show a photograph of some of the baby boxes. We have a few of them in the United States. And it's interesting. I don't know how this works now in European countries or in the UK, but there's a requirement that every state have a way to receive a baby or a child. And there are, as I mentioned, a few of these baby boxes, only in a couple of states. And they're very sophisticated. They look a lot like something you would find in a library or a bank, in that one opens the door of the baby box and deposits the baby directly into an incubator. where, of course, in the medieval and early modern baby boxes, which were often into convents, because, of course, the babies had to be delivered into places that were women's communities where there would be wet nurses available. When I was at the Innocente in Florence recently, they had an elaborate exhibition of the wet nurses that were there, along with of course, the members of the convents to take and care for the babies, which, of course, many of them simply grew up there. There's also a very interesting part of the material culture of these foundling homes, and I'll get back to the babies in just a minute. Well, let me finish about the baby boxes. So in the United States, we have a few of these baby boxes, but there's a law that police stations and fire stations in every state need to accept babies that are brought in. And so occasionally, not very often at all, someone will show up with a baby to leave at a fire station, to leave with basically these, first responders, because, of course, emergency medical technicians are available at police stations and at fire stations. And, of course, they're able to, deliver the baby or meaning bring the baby to the proper place, but also to be able to give emergency care, first responsive care to the babies. It happens very infrequently in the United States, but it's an interesting architecture. One of the things I didn't mention that I would like to do something more with in terms of the material culture of natality is that, and I've seen this in London as well, the Foundling Hospital there no longer exists, but it was the site of the first charity event in the UK, in London, and it was the second performance in 1750 of Handel's Messiah, which was performed as a charity event at the Foundling Hospital. And the Foundling Hospital, of course, was designed only to accept babies under the age of 3 months. But there were so many children that needed a place to be taken care of that they were overwhelmed with the children. And the children came into the hospital up until the teenage years, and many of them were raised in the hospital, just as in the case of the Innocente in Florence. But often the children were accompanied with things. There would be tokens, medals, markers of some kind, necklaces that would serve to identify the children. And the Innocente, as well as the Foundling Hospital in London, collected these. And there's a really interesting display of these tokens in Florence that is part, again, of the material culture of natality. And the exhibition of these various versions of this, as I said, the material culture of natality, that I think can be very interesting research and work to do. So I'm hoping to get back to Florence to do some of this, and also to connect it with these markers that are in London, along with, again, the costuming. The wet nurses had particular costuming. The children had particular kinds of costuming. So there's a rich material culture of natality at these orphanages or these foundling hospitals.
And that's where your research is at the minute. You're kind of looking in that direction. Because I'll tell you what came to mind as you're speaking was, and you probably know about this very well, but when you talk about votive offerings, where they used wax models of limbs, and then the wax then became part of what became anatomical models, the anatomical Venus stories and all of that.
Ah.
So there's this, I mean, I don't know if I can share my screen because my screen, because life is like that. But with
I've seen the anatomical models
you seen this?
that were made in Italy.
Yeah, but they were made all over.
Yes, of the Venus with the with the pearls.
Yeah, that's it. The idealization of can people see my screen, the screen now? Can you see thank you. I just thought I'd share that because that was coming to mind as you were speaking.
Yes, exactly.
And they had these touring anatomical museums as well. And also there's when you're talking about London, and this is just me throwing out stuff that may or may not be relevant, but it's coming into my head, so I thought I'd share it. Like the first purpose-built teaching maternity hospital in the British Isles was in Dublin, and it's the Rotunda Hospital. And it was Bartholomew Moss was the founder, and he was known as the master. And the mastership model, it continues to be used in 3 of our maternity hospitals, the 3 Dublin maternity hospitals. And the master basically was the CEO and the head obstetrician, and he established that model. But there's a very rich history and material culturally around this. And for example, initially the women that were allowed to go into the hospital wore uniforms, and they were on display during church performances and all of that. So when you mentioned Handel, I remembered Bartholomew Moss.
Oh, I'd be very interested in talking more about that with you, Martina. Thank you.
Yeah, I have quite a lot of research. I did years ago, I did quite a body of research, which is still sitting there around anatomical Venuses and very much about the history of the Rotunda Hospital. But yeah, so please, yeah, we should talk more. But if there are any other questions for you, and then I just wanted to throw out maybe some general kind of I'm just wondering about general questions around how you and Florence might think about how representations of natality in visual form, how they might challenge or expand our perceptions of life and identity, and have you had thoughts around that? Because using the visual language is expanding all this storytelling and language that we've been talking about so much today, and I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that from your own perspectives.
I wanted to say that I haven't done much with this, but there are a number of what I would call scenes, life scenes, that the Christian tradition, especially, of course, the Catholic tradition, gives us. So there's the Nativity, of course, which is quite well known. And what we know about the Nativity, which I think is really interesting, is how scarce the narrative nub is in the Gospels. There's almost nothing, really. And yet this extraordinarily rich narrative, often visual tradition, has been elaborated from this tiny little story of the Nativity in the Christian tradition. And I think that what we recognize, of course, is that there is a deep human need to recognize birth and death, but certainly birth, and to create stories around it to sustain us. And those stories are created narratively, of course, you know, in the Bible and every other place, but also in this representational tradition that is so rich in the time when literacy was very limited. And so you have this representational tradition that is the literacy of natality, and the stories that go along with it, that instruct us about the importance of natality or birth or life, the beginning of life. And I think that that's in some sense what we're all working on together when we think about natality.
That's wonderful. Florence, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, maybe just a broad reflection. It's true that in Christian narratives are scarce regarding the birth of Jesus, at least the canonical ones. If you look into apocryphs and other non-canonical texts, you have a few more details, but yet it is not like a rich and dense narrative. And I think we are approaching like a state where, and that this ties to what Anna said earlier about propaganda and reversing propaganda. I think we are approaching that stage where, at least in scholarship, maybe in activism as well, we kind of have done the job of bringing up the topic, representing it in ways other than normative, what women actually live and others when they give birth, not just the medical or prescriptive representations, not just motherhood, but mothering the experience. So we've reached that state where we can think and talk and represent what is. The next step now is to represent an alternative, to go further, to try to bring up new images, and how do we create these images? And my question as a scholar of religions would be, can we get inspiration from religious traditions? If so, which ones? Do they have to be context appropriate? Or do we have maybe transcultural messages that can reach us because it's a human experience, regardless of culture and religion? What we build around it is contextual. And yet the notion of being natal is something that we all share. So I just leave it that here. It's interesting. Also, regarding the images, I think some images are going to be very powerful because, as Rosemary Garland-Thomson pointed out, these images of the nativity, the Madonna lactans, the one breastfeeding, and then the Pietà were at a time where most people were illiterate, so they could not have access to the text anyways. And maybe today somehow we are returning to a state where people are, in a sense, illiterate. And images, and I'm thinking of media, new media like Instagram, like TikTok, like others, images imprint people, at least in a certain generation, much more so than texts do. So maybe there's a way here for artists, for activists to harness this and create new images.
That's wonderful. And I love the link that you made with Anna's earlier talk and message about propaganda. And I think that's a lovely way to kind of to wrap up the session, perhaps, because it seems to me like that there's so much food for thought there.
May I say something?
Yes, please.
It would be interesting to see if any of our audience or the people gathered here would be interested in curating some kind of an exhibit with these materials somewhere. I can imagine, pulling the Venus anatomical model that I saw in Vienna, along with some of these tokens that I just saw in Florence, along with this work of art from the Smithsonian. I mean, those are just the things that I could think about contributing to curate some kind of an exhibit on natality that brings forward the generativity of the concept. I've also written a bit about some of Arendt's other work. She has this wonderful piece called I Want You to Be, which is, again, part of that literature of welcome. And to think about the generativity of natality in the material culture, just with the things we've done now, and to make something at some institution.
That's a wonderful idea. Absolutely wonderful idea. I love that.
Can I speak on that one, Martina?
Yes, please.
So Rosemary, it's very serendipitous that you say that, because for the closing remarks on Sunday, I was going to talk about a possibility for the next symposium, which I've spoken with several artists who are all interested in, showcasing some of their work. These are contemporary artists, and they do, images of birth, pregnancy, mothering. And there is the Birthrights collection, which is in the UK. That's the only actual permanent exhibition space that I'm aware of. However, so they exhibit images of birth. The issue with having an actual exhibit is usually funding, like where to get the funding to do that. But that would be something we could talk about, looking into ways to fund that. And I do have a website called visualizingbirth.org, which is an image archive that I've maintained since 2010. I have over 200 pages there, many of which are images of birth, mothering, pregnancy. And that was started while I was pregnant with my second child as sort of a meditative platform where I could reflect on an object each week during the pregnancy. I was really looking for images of the actual birth happening, crowning, labor, things like that at that time. But it has broadened out to many other, even just mothering and pregnancy are also very important. So yeah, I think there is an interest in this. And there, one thing. So I wrote a book in 2018, and I talk about this, that in 20 years ago, it was actually quite difficult to find images of birth. And regarding what Florence just said about the use of TikTok and these other forms of social media, one thing I think that's happened with the internet is that the certain rules are broken down, and that's actually can be a good thing and sometimes. And so the sharing of some of these birth images people have become known, some of these artists, whereas before, before the internet, we wouldn't know about these people. So let's talk more. I love this topic, and this is one possibility for the next symposium of the society.
I think it's interesting. I just want to make one more comment. The way the word Venus travels, those anatomical Venuses with the pearls that are these anatomical models, but also think of the Venus of Willendorf, these early fertility figures, where, which connects, of course, to the 1986 birthing sculpture that I showed, in the sense that sometimes we have the focus on the vaginal area of women, like the Venus of Willendorf or those various stone Venuses, are certainly fertility goddesses, and they would relate, I think, to this entire iconography. I hadn't really thought about it until now. To bring together something like Michelangelo's Pietà with the Venus of Willendorf and this, these wax models along the way would be, I think, a really interesting set of juxtaposed images for either an online or an actual exhibition at some swell place like the V&A.
Why not? I'm just looking in no, it's great. I'm looking in the chat here, and Florence has put in a link about an exhibition in Switzerland, and Lois has pointed out about the Birthrights collection, which Anna mentioned, and Anna's put in her link. I'm trying to see, have I missed anything? There is a comment there. I'm trying to find it, it's slipping on me. If some artists managed to, this is Florence, if some artists managed to do this successfully for contraception, menstruation, or breastfeeding, for sure time is ripe for childbirth. Well, I mean, Judy Chicago's birth project in the early 1980s, and in Ireland, I've traced lots of work here, and I've also 2008 I did a birth project, birth stories, and it was a visual art project with a group here. So we've, there's a lot of work out there. We've all been doing this work. So yeah, it's a great idea to bring it all together. I'm just visualizing birth. That's Anna's.
Well, and we should also say that Martina and Doreen Balabanov, who's going to be one of our moderators and presenters tomorrow, they organized, it was it Reimagining Birth?
Reimagining Birth in 2013, Anna.
Yeah, 2013 in Dublin. A bunch of us met there. And so there was a focus on art there. And actually, they still have or the last time I checked, the
We do.
website is still up. It has full abstracts. It's a beautiful website. So anyone
We've kept it live.
check
Thank
that
you, Anna.
Reimagining Birth conference in Dublin from 2013.
Yeah, thanks, Anna. Yeah, we've kept it live, Dorian and I, over the years. We've kind of like, yeah, let's keep it going. Let's keep it live. So there are a lot of abstracts, as you say, a lot of images, a lot of references. So yeah, and the keynotes included an amazing artist, an Irish artist called Pauline Cummins among them. But anyway, but yeah, so that's something to really to think about building on this symposium. The next one, maybe we'll all come back to Dublin. But so I think that's probably a great way to end the day is kind of I'm going away now, getting my curator's hat on, going, ooh, how can we do this? But that was wonderful. What a wonderful day. And Anna, I don't know if you want to wrap up with any final comments from today.
Just one quick question. All the information that was in the chat, is this somehow available, captured, that we can get it?
So yeah, actually, I'm just corresponding with Tony about that. And I think that we will be able to see
There are a lot of good
it's
links.
a log, yeah, because there's quite a bit of information there. So to just close up, I would say thank you all so much for attending today. I think this was beautiful, the 3 sessions that were held. And so tomorrow is day 2 of our symposium, and it begins at 8:15 a.m. In the Pacific time, where I'm located in San Francisco. The conference program is fully available on the website, and we hope to see many of you there. We understand people can't come to all the sessions. They have to pop in and out. That's totally fine. But yeah, thank you. It was great. And I guess that we'll close out. So thanks again. And I guess I'll see many of you tomorrow morning.
Yes, indeed. Thanks,
Right,
Anna. Good
San
night,
Francisco.
everybody.
Thank you, Martina.
Let's
Okay, bye, everybody.